I tried Milo, it wasn't for
are
me.
live. Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to tonight's episode of the Crimson Court. Very excited to dive in. Just as a bit of a heads up, Felicity is not currently here right now, so Octavia might be a little quiet as we start to dive into the session. That is the broken OBS down there in the bottom is Gemma being very kind and allowing us to borrow. That's what Gemma looks like, by the way, in case you guys didn't know. She is a three-bladed shuriken, just like.
Yeah, sorry, no footage because Australia is not real.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she is the abstract manifestation of a sharp weapon. Okay. Oh, it seems like I really upset some people with whatever that last trivia question was. I was doing something else. I was not paying attention to what the question was. Bring up your arguments with me later. I'm very excited to hear them. It sounded like I didn't care. I do. I want to know what the debate's about. Okay, but let's go ahead and dive into the session. So as is, well, first things first, thank you to our sponsor for now until the end of time, Party Loot. Be sure to go to partylootapp.com to find the web app for all of your D&D for right now. Could be different systems in the future, but for all of your D&D party loot tracking needs, and very soon apparently much more. Apparently it's just going to be one day the only tool you need. TBD. Let me put that burden on John right now.
You won't need Foundry or anything else ever again.
Yeah, exactly. All right, thanks so much, and thank you to Party Loot, and let's go ahead and dive in. So as is tradition on Roll with Advantage, Ryan is our summarizer. So Ryan, whenever you're ready, take it away. Tell me, please, what happened last week? It's been so long, I forgot, and I need to think of something.
Well, golly gee, get ready, because this will be the longest monologue of tonight, potentially. All right. Session 6. Secrets and Broken Souls. The King's Hand rushed to the healers to find their uncle Rainier Falcrest in a great deal of pain. His jaw is broken to the point of even showing bone, and he has even lost one of his arms. The magic inside his wound seems to be claiming him, and the healers ask for the heirs to reach out and try to bring him back, to give him the strength to resist whatever is pulling him away. Each heir does something different, using their talents or experiences with Rainier to draw him closer, some of these techniques being more questionable than others. However, Rainier is saved, though collapses from exhaustion. Talon soon arrives and thanks the heirs for saving his brother. He cancels all official business for the week, wanting to spend time with Ray and helping Rainier recover. Kaelin goes to visit Nan, to inform her of what happened. Nan warns Kaelin about drinking the potion she used to try and bring Rainier back, saying that whatever had a hold of Rainier likely knew of Kaelin in great detail too, and might seek her out again. Kaelin promises to be careful in the future. As the King's Hand go to rest, we are treated to a flashback several years earlier. Talon is on a royal hunt with Garen Veltaris, the Lord Paramount of Kraken's Reach. They hunt together, though Talon soon breaks off and encounters Garen's daughter, Sharn Veltaris. She leads the tracking, and before Talon takes the shot, he offers it to her. She takes it, but questions his decision, wondering if such an act would make him look weak in the eyes of others. Talon ends up inviting her to dinner, which she accepts. In the morning, Merrick invites Kaelin with him to visit the dragon eggs. They enter into the pocket dimension created by the Archmage and see the eggs are being protected. Merrick speaks to the green egg once again, learning that the dragon can choose who to speak with as long as Merrick is nearby. The dragon starts to speak to Kaelin as they share thoughts. Merrick promises to do what he can to help before voicing his concerns with the eggs to Kaelin. Merrick fears that the kingdom will allow fear to overrule their reasoning and end up treating the eggs terribly. He recalls his own life, saying that being stuck between two noble houses has been difficult for him growing up, as he believes each parent sees the worst elements of the other within Merrick. Kaelin encourages Merrick that this is his time to prove to everyone who he is, that him fighting for the dragons was the first step. Later in the day, Edwin and Xanthi speak, reflecting on the tension of the last mission and how the sibling bonds seem more strained than ever. Edwin longs for them to be a loving family again, rather than them all being loyal out of duty. He offers Xanthi a poem, though lines it by saying once she reads it that it must be destroyed. Xanthi takes the poem, uncertain of Edwin's concerns or motivations. Via goes to visit the Archmage, who seems particularly curious about the eggs. Morgana pushes Via to explain why she isn't, causing Via to soon break down and explain that one of her visions showed the dragons causing destruction, along with 5 corpses nearby. Morgana apologizes for her intensity, but encourages Via to continue a ritual that Via has been performing nightly since her time at the Academy. Via agrees, though dislikes the idea of keeping more secrets from the family. Meanwhile, Merrick meets up with Elendara Malus of the Royal Council for his requested meeting. They are near the harbor when she escorts him into the harbor master's office. However, it is Sharn Veltaris who is waiting for him. Merrick sits down and the two discuss the King's Hand, with her eventually questioning what took place at Rosemont. Merrick opens up about the dragon eggs and how they are safely in the capital. Sharn encourages him to create a bond with one of the eggs, believing that a prince with a dragon would be hard to say no to. Merrick agreed, saying that he would do his best to make her proud. Sharn soon leaves, leaving Merrick alone with the weight of her words. Later that evening, Xanthi awakens Edwin from his bed and confronts him about the poem he left. They speak cryptically, but Edwin opens up about the spy master threatening him and others. Xanthi promises to do all she can to help and support him, believing that they should get the others involved so that they can help as well. If the spy master is willing to harm Edwin, then how far away is he from willing to harm the king directly? Kaelin goes to speak with Lord Gareth Thornfield, who openly admits to supporting her for the throne. He opens up about his own status as a bastard and believes that Kaelin would be perfect in truly unifying the kingdom with the Serpent's Grove, allowing there to be a peace for generations to come. Kaelin thanks him for his words, seeing no intent to deceive behind them. Xanthi meets with Sir Otis, who requests for the Adarian Watch to be expanded along the roads, particularly that area near the Serpent's Grove, as there have been more marauders and raiders recently. He even suggests letting several of them being out of uniform for their work, allowing them to move more freely. He also requests the money needed to train and provide the weaponry needed. Xanthi promises her support, though acknowledges that he will need to speak before the entirety of the King's Hand and gain all of their support. But she agrees to potentially help on his behalf, as she sees the need for it. That's everything.
All right, good job, Brian. Round of applause.
We gonna go to break now, or
I think so. We'll be back in an hour and a half. Thanks for watching so far, everybody. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm exhausted.
We're gonna dive right in to our session. However, we are not diving in once again in the current day and age. No, we're going to dive in much further in the past, 25-ish years ago. To a forest thick with humidity, sunlight filtering through dense canopies in these sort of scattered beams. Three men ride at the front of a small procession. Talon Falkrest, the current king of Adaria, his brother by name but not by blood, Rainier, and Lord Gareth Thornfield. Behind them is a modest retinue of soldiers, including 2 Crown Claw knights mounted on their wyverns, following at a respectful distance. The three are currently talking.
It has been almost 3 months since Lady Cassia left for Mirios. How is Xanthi faring? She asks for her mother every night. It's hard to tell her she's not coming back. The child deserves better. 7 years old and already learning about the cruelty of abandonment. The Order of the Edict has stolen many loved ones in the name of their cause. Xanthi is such a bright, cheerful child. It's sad to see that.
And Talon cuts him off.
She still is. She's just quieter now.
The 3 men fall silent on their horses, navigating around massive tree roots. The bark here in the Serpent's Grove is strange. It's scaled like snakeskin, shimmering in the dappled light. Gareth speaks after a long pause.
Talon, we've been riding for 2 days through the most dangerous parts of your kingdom. What exactly are we looking for? Well, Gareth, it's not my kingdom. The Serpent's Grove, they're their own people. There was something I saw in a dream. I think we're almost there. And after a few more moments of riding, the trees thin. It reveals this massive stone structure carved into the mountainside, the eastern mountains. There is this what looks to be a mausoleum overgrown with moss and serpentine vines. The weathered stone bears unmistakable iconography of dragons. Talon, his brow furrows, he dismounts, moving up towards the mausoleum. This isn't it. This isn't what I saw. You can see he approaches the cliffside beyond the mausoleum. He peers down at the gorge below. There is a river that winds through the gorge. It glints silver in this afternoon sun. They are up incredibly high right now. And in that moment, a Crownclaw Knight shouts, "Trolls! Soldiers, to arms!" And from the underbrush and all along the cliffside, they emerge, these misshapen creatures with elongated limbs covered in scales. Their necks and arms extend unnaturally as they let out these hissing roars, and yellow venom drips from their fangs. Rainier, drawing his warhammer, says, "Serpent touched! Protect the king!" And chaos erupts. Soldiers form a defensive perimeter, but the trolls, they move with this unnatural speed. One of the Crownclaw Knight's wyvern shrieks as venom splashes across its wings. The other dives, raking its claws across the troll's back. But the wound seems to almost instantaneously heal. Rainier, smashing warhammer blow after warhammer blow, shouts to Talon, fighting his way towards him, "We need to get you out of here! Mount up!" Gesturing to one of the wyverns. Talon, you see, wielding Dragon's Bane, slashes down one of the trolls. As you can see, its wounds kind of like burst open in this fiery, dragon-like flame. As Talon says, "I'm not leaving my men!" Rainier eventually gets to him and starts pushing him on to the wyvern, and he says, "That wasn't a request!" And reluctantly, Talon grabs the wyvern's saddle and he pulls himself up, and the beast's wings begin to beat, with the Crownclaw Knight whipping the reins, causing the wyvern to rise several feet in the air over the cliffside. However, at that moment, from the roof of that mausoleum jutting out of the mountainside, a troll leaps impossibly high. Its clawed hand wraps around Talon's leg, and the sudden weight unbalances the wyvern, and both king and troll plummet towards the cliff's edge. In midair, Talon is able to drive Dragon's Bane through the troll's chest, but the momentum, it continues to carry them down and down and down. The last thing Talon sees in that moment is Rainier's horrified face, before the world becomes a blur of green and brown, ending in cold water and darkness. However, as we all know, that is not where the story of Talon Falkrest ends. Consciousness returns to him in fragments. Warmth, the scent of herbs, lilac, and birdsong. No, not quite the song of a bird's weak chirping. Talon opens his eyes to find himself on a cot, a pallet of soft furs, in a small wooden dwelling. Sunlight streams through the open windows, catching motes of dust in its beams. A woman stands with her back to him, her raven hair falling past her shoulders like waves. She's grinding something in a mortar, humming softly. And next to her there is a small sparrow that rests in a nest of woven grass, its wing bound in a tiny splint. The woman turns, revealing piercing green eyes that seem to look through him rather than at him. Her simple dress is adorned with green embroidery, coiled snakes that seem almost alive in the shifting light. She tilts her head slightly, looking towards him. The king of Adaria awakens. The forest whispered you would survive. Talon kind of wincing as he sits up. Just Talon, please. The crown stays in the capital. The woman approaches with a cup of something that's steaming. Names have power, Talon Falkreath. To give yours up so freely speaks of either great trust or great folly. She helps him sit up, one hand supporting his back with this surprising amount of strength. Their eyes meet briefly. Talon notices these flecks of gold in her green irises. You saved me from the river. The river delivered you to me. Perhaps Azarus' spirit thought you'd be interesting enough to keep alive. She offers the cup. As he takes it, their fingers kind of brush, lingering a moment longer than necessary. But she doesn't pull away immediately. Holding the cup in his hands, he says, Do I get to know your name, or must I earn it? The woman smiles, revealing a small dimple in her left cheek. I am Senua Oldblood, daughter of the Serpent's Grove, listener to the trees. And he smiles and nods, and he takes a sip from that steaming liquid and grimaces at the bitter taste. Oh, what is this? Something to help with the pain. Your body fought hard to stay in this world. She moves the sparrow gently from its nest and strokes its head with one finger, and the bird chirps softly, leaning into her touch. This little one fell from its nest the same day you fell from the sky. The world is full of such coincidences. Or perhaps not coincidences at all. Talon watches her tend to the tiny creature, struck by the gentleness of her hands. The same hands that must have dragged him from the river and tended his wounds. How long have I been here? 2 weeks. Your men, they search for you, but the grove keeps its secret well. She returns to his side after returning the sparrow, kneeling to examine the bandages all along his ribs. Her face is very close to his now. Her scent is like wild herbs, lilac, and rainfall. Talon smiles and says, Will you tell the grove to release me then? Their eyes meet. There's a hint of mischief almost in Senua's eyes. Perhaps, when you're strong enough. Or perhaps I'll keep you here and let Adaria choose a new king. Talon smiles. I didn't know wild bloods had such a sense of humor. There is much Adaria does not know about us. She reaches forward, tucking a strand of hair behind his ear. Just as there is much about you I find unexpected. Such as? Her hand lingers near his face. A king who asked to be called by his name. A warrior who watches a sparrow with more concern than his own wounds. Eyes that see me, not just another wild blood woman. Her fingers, as they kind of leave her face, traces this light path down his jawline. And Talon feels this like warmth in its wake. And he catches her hand in this moment of revelation. I saw this place. I saw you. That's what I was looking for in the grove. Senua's expression shifts, surprise giving way to something a little deeper. The trees speak to those who listen. Perhaps they called you here. Perhaps they did. He reaches up slowly, giving her time to pull away, but instead she leans slightly closer, his fingers brushing her cheek. The air between them feels charged. Senua's voice barely above a whisper. Kings do not often walk our paths. I am not here as a king. And their eyes hold each other's gaze, neither willing to break the spell that seems to have fallen over them inside this small hut in the middle of this jungle. Outside, the forest has gone quiet, as if it's holding its breath. It's impossible to say who moves first. The distance between them gradually closes, inevitable, like two rivers meant to join. When their lips finally meet, it feels like the most natural thing in the world. So gentle at first, but then there's this deepening of a mutual desire. Talon's hand slides into her hair, drawing the two of them closer. And when he shifts to pull her toward him, there's this pain that lances through his ribs as he breaks away with a stifled groan. And has to kind of lean back up against the hut wall. Senua, with a very wry smile, says, "The trees didn't mention you'd be so impatient for a man with 3 broken ribs." Talon laughs despite the pain, and Senua's smile widens. She places a gentle kiss on his forehead before rising. "Rest now, Talon, for rest. There will be time for more healing later." As she returns to her herbs, the sparrow chirps as if in agreement. Talon watches her move about the hut, wondering if the pounding in his heart is from his injuries or something else entirely. And as we fade to black, we will go ahead and cut back to the future, to the manor of the King's Hand. Do you imagine if I just started reading smut right at the top of this session? That would have been crazy.
Where's our book talk audience?
What a crazy thing to do. That would have been I thought about it, but then I was like, no.
I mean, Kalen's gonna
You
come
thought
from
about it?
somewhere.
Crazy,
Well, I thought it'd be
crazy.
funny,
No,
So
that
funny.
wouldn't be.
Could you? I just imagine everybody. Oh, never mind. All right, let's move on. So we got back to the.
Don't read smut with the homies.
It's just such
No,
a funny
go back.
concept.
I want to hear it.
I think
Oh.
I think there was there was one phrase that I wrote where I was like, Talon slides his hand, and I was like, I got to be really fast when I read that because I feel like that could be. Ooh. So anyway, give
wanna
us
hear
this
you read
smut.
I
Smut
don't like it.
to
This is my
yourself.
mom. Shut up. This is my mom.
I want to hear you read smut to yourself. The back and forth of you.
Check out
I'm
the
uncomfortable.
audiobook coming to Audible in quarter 4.
Fans, y'all.
Uh-huh. Yeah, the
OnlyFans,
Bold Advantage
OnlyFans.
OnlyFans, which is just me reading smut about the characters. Where's the AO3 page for Crimson Court, huh? Get on it. Get on it. Okay.
It's all lemons.
All right. I don't know what that means, Gemma, and I'm not going to sit around to find out. So let's go ahead and dive into the session.
That one's for my fanfic audience.
Do we
So-
have one of those?
We're going to go ahead and dive in. As right at the start of the session, we cut around a little bit last week in order for us to be able to get to the political one-on-ones, but we're going to kind of go a little bit back in time to the day before the conversation that Kaylin and Gareth had. So this would be on Monday, September 23rd at around 1 p.m. As this would have been the first petition all of you would have received to the Chamber of Judgment within the Manor of the King's Hand. Now, right before this would have arrived, you all would have received a letter, from Lord Regent Gareth Thornfield, wanting to give you maybe a little bit more direction, right? He wants to be able to set you up for success for these petitions. Definitely Lord Gareth, not me at all. As he addresses all of you, to the esteemed members of the King's Hand, he wants this letter to hopefully give you some guidance, as not knowing how much all of you had attended court and seen Talon answer petitions. So just in case the process of handling petitioners is not something you're super familiar with, he wanted to give you an idea of different things that you could do when people come to petition the King's Hand.
So there's a lot of different stuff that you can do, but he gives 9 things you could do. Okay. When somebody asks for funds, you can approve full funding immediately, right? Just say, yep, cool, sounds good. Keeping in mind your budget of 10,000 gold. You can approve partial funding. You can delay funding until resources can be properly allocated. Say come back in 6 months and we'll see if we have the funds for you. You can just deny funding if you don't believe that the objectives of this person petitioning line up with the King's Council and his will. You can propose an alternative solution. You can parlay the court for shared funding. You can say, is there anyone in court who would wish to fund this, and put their name on it. You can request a service or resource in exchange, so say, we'll do this for you, but, we want this done also. If you do this and that, then we'll give you the money you want. You can establish a conditional approval, or you can do personal intervention. If somebody's thing is, oh man, there's a manticore attacking my village and it won't leave us alone, you can say the King's Hand will deal with this. We'll go and deal with it. It won't cost the crown anything. We'll just go and do it. So those are just 9 ideas. And he wishes all of you luck and says, have fun, kids. Well, he says, may wisdom guide your deliberations.
Translates to have fun, kids.
Yeah.
You didn't happen to write those down with you just for referring back to by chance?
I did, yeah.
Sick.
Yeah,
That would be super cool.
let me throw that
That'd be very
in the chitty chat for you here. General
If
CC.
not, I was just gonna wing it.
General CC. Okay. Ba 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 ba. There you go.
Sick.
All righty. So with that, your petitioners arrive. And as I said, we're going to do these outside of roleplay because I just, that way we can kind of move through them. And I think otherwise we'd spend a lot of time on these. So the first petitioner that arrives on September the 23rd at 1 p.m.
I just have to apologize. We have a cat in heat who will not shut up, and I'm so sorry.
Can you hear
her
it?
yowling? Yes, she's so loud, and I'm so sorry.
Oh my God.
So
Let me
hear
turn
that.
oh my God.
Big apologies.
Yeah, so sorry.
She's just screaming. That's the sound that keeps happening.
Make sure that when you let young people who live in your house adopt animals, that you double check that they're spayed or neutered. Yeah.
Okay, great. You haven't been hearing it? Fantastic.
Where's Bob Barker?
I can, so maybe it's just living rent-free in my head.
Yeah.
Big apologies.
No,
Keep
we're
going.
good.
So the first petitioner that comes to the King's Hand, which, your Chamberlain, master of the house of Brigsby, he would announce them as Lady Elena Rivermore arrives with a petition for the King's Hand. She's a very purposeful woman. This is a sister of Lord Balric, the Earth Genasi man that all of you had met in Rosemont. Her petition is House Rivermore seeks permission to divert a portion of the Silver Fork River to irrigate their drought-affected southern fields. The diversion would reduce water flow to a land owned by House Varuson's vineyard downstream. But Lady Rivermore, she does argue that grain production for the kingdom takes precedent over luxury wines, especially when, according to her and her records, food reserves are lower this year than normal. She says that the diversion would cost about 8,000 gold to implement properly. And the diversion could be temporary, she admits that, but right now it's necessary that something is done, or else there's a good chance that come winter, that people could starve. So that's petitioner number 1, 8,000 gold. If you have any questions for her, you can ask, or if you have any ideas about what to do, that's up to you guys. So what does the King's Hand decide?
How long
First
does she
of
need it?
all- Yeah, I was gonna say, is this gonna be like a permanent diversion, or is it something that's like reversible?
The diversion could be reversed in a year. So pretty much it would be needed until the end of harvest, in order to make sure that it's getting the water and the nutrients that it needs due to the drought. and then when springs come, the diversion can be undone. They wouldn't undo it in wintertime because the ground would be too hard, but come spring, they would undo the diversion.
Next question, and maybe this is because I've ended up on a weird side of TikTok where I've seen how like some of these things go.
Oh boy.
Is it something that could be like? Is it something that could be like set up so in future like the diversion can be made again, like? Like artificially damming it.
Yeah, no. Elena or Lady Elena would say that ideally the reason why it costs so much is because it's something that can be sort of turned on and off whenever they need it.
So it's like a setup thing.
Yeah, a setup thing. It could. Cool. She does say theoretically their builders could do it for cheaper, but it would be permanent. And whenever it's undone, it would not be able to be redone should the issue come up.
I mean, just off the bat, just Kayla thinking. To me, this sounds like a bigger issue, especially people are going to be like going hungry. Could we parlay the court for share funding so that way other houses can contribute to it?
I was going to have that same suggestion.
Because it's expensive, but it's also going to be mutually beneficial to everybody. So like if the King's Hand, you know, like maybe match a donation or something, or like we put forth like 3,000 gold, 4,000 gold, that's half of it, right? And then the other houses kind of step up to do the other half of it.
I was also thinking that we can request parlay the court for shared funding, so we put some gold ahead, and also establish conditions that this is to be built to be reroutable. So like artificial dam that can be set up when it's time for harvest or before harvest, and then they can easily turn it on for the vineyard, and that they will be in charge and work closely with the vineyard to do so that everyone's getting the water they need.
I would also say just like where it is diverted, I think having like the court responsible for when that happens, you know, like it's not going to be something that's decided between the two houses. I think just for future that'd probably be good. So it's not just a thing of just like, yeah, like one's always just like, well, I need it, so I'm turning this on, like just to prevent conflict. Like it's going to be something that's going to be managed by the crown, basically.
Okay.
I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, you said this is back in Rosemont, right?
It is in the area. It is not in Rosemont. No. It is pretty far in the south. I was just saying that Lady Elena is sister to Lord Balric, who all of you met in Rosemont.
Gotcha. Okay. I misheard then. Never mind. Yeah, I'm in agreement.
What houses does this affect directly?
So the only two houses that this affects is House Rivermore and House Varison, who they are the house predominantly in charge of the winemaking, which is a pretty big export for Adaria.
Rivermore's the ones that we're not on good terms with right now, right?
Correct, yeah.
We should do this.
I would also say, do we want to have some kind of compensation for House Varison?
Yeah.
I mean, that does feel only fair because they haven't done anything wrong here.
I think Zadley especially will push for that.
What would you propose?
I'd propose moving them up.
But...
I'd move them up on the export list, like increase their ability, how much they can export, because everyone has like a limit, right? So we can increase their limit.
It could even be like a drip feeding of like reparations, you know, like they're gonna miss out on obviously like a larger harvest and like export thing this season, but maybe like setting up like for a couple of years they're gonna get like funding from the crown to kind of subsidize that, where it's like not a lot of money now but something we can promise like in future over time, you know.
Right on.
I'm down.
Okay. Yeah, I am. Okay, so reparations to House Varison for whatever they lose over time.
Because this would also imply if they're ever in trouble, like with their water supply in future, the dam can be used in their favor too. So.
Yep. Okay.
How many petitions are we going to see today? Or you're not
Today,
gonna
this
have
is your only one today.
Okay. Well, that's why I'm like, we only have 10,000. So like, do we go half? Do we say 4,000 and those two houses split the other 2,000?
They
Or-
said it was an 8,000.
Yeah, 8,000 to implement properly, and something that can be sort of shifted on and off to, delegate whoever needs the water or the flow of water in that month or year harvest time.
I mean, everyone wants food though. Like,
Yeah.
it's in the
It's true.
interest of all the lords. Like, if their population's hungry, then that's where you get fucking rebellions and shit like that. Like,
This is entirely
it's
up
in
to
their
you
best interest
guys.
to help support it.
There is a representative from House Varison who is waiting outside. The master of the house, Master Brigsby, he wanted to be able to give House Rivermore an opportunity to speak. Would you allow House Varison to come in and speak their case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I just
Win-win.
wanted to be sure. So yeah, House Varison, the representative, this is not a lord or lady of House Varison. This is just a servant, one of the guild masters of one of the wine halls. That's responsible for making them. And they would claim that should the water be diverted, there is a really good chance that it could destroy this year's grape harvest. And that could cause some pretty serious economic damage to House Varison and the House Thornfield by that extension.
Yeah, but the problem is if people are hungry and dying of starvation, they're not gonna be able to drink any wine. Like, it, the luxury of luxury wine is just that. It's a luxury when you can have it, but if you don't have the basic, right? It's that hierarchy of needs. Is that a need? It's not. It
Don't
is.
matter.
Right, but they're here arguing
Yeah.
for their economy though, which a house does need.
Yeah.
And again, they haven't done
Because-
anything wrong, so I get why they're arguing on its behalf.
And that's why I'm just like, if we promise reparations, does that seem like does that seem like an agreeable thing to the seven? Or
House Varison would accept that. The servant believes that they
Okay.
would.
yeah.
Okay.
So
So,
then-
then,
Petitioning the court.
Yep. So then we
Yeah,
have
we
to
can pay for
ask
half.
ourselves. Yeah, I was gonna say we have to decide how much we're gonna put forward then, and then the court
And then
would fill in.
And we'd also have to be arranging for future funds as well, which I think is something we need to ask the council about, because that doesn't come under the petitioning thing.
Correct. Yeah, that would be
Or
something that's
parlaying.
handled by the council in the future.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy with that?
So John said 3,000 gold that you guys would put forward in the chat. I didn't know if that was what you guys wanted to do.
Yep, 4,000
I mean,
sounds good.
yeah, honestly, it's basically half. Why not?
Yeah, I think that's more than fair.
So 3,000 or 4,000.
Oh, I thought we said 4.
John said
Did I
3K
miss
in
it?
the
Oh, we're
chat,
going-
so that's why I wanted to.
Yeah, 4 would be half, but 3 would also give us an extra K to work with, which we
Let's
have not heard
do
any of the petitions
3.
yet. We've almost
Yeah.
used half our budget.
Okay.
I think-
who
I think we could get 5 from the court, so.
who would be the main person petitioning the court to see if anybody would be willing to participate in this? Kind of who's leading the discussion with House Rivermore?
I know.
Caitlin can. She has a good rapport with Gareth, so
Okay.
With the
She's
other
gonna have to
houses,
deal with
though.
it. I can't go in.
I mean, Rivermore is gonna be upset with us regardless, right? I mean,
Yeah, I know, but if we're asking the other houses for funding, I don't think it's best to send someone from Serpent's Grove. Just a thought.
okay, Xanthe, why don't you go? That was Caitlin, not Caitlin,
And
by
she
the
has
way.
no charisma.
I mean, I
Motherfucker,
think.
you can't have it both ways.
Well, I think we all go and we say like, "Hey, this is our idea." Kaylin's just the main one doing the talking because she's convincing.
Yeah.
Grumbles in Serpent's Grove.
I didn't say that.
I'm just saying it's a fact. People don't like people from Serpent's Grove. Like, it might damage the case.
Not everybody.
That's all.
It's a generic representation.
Okay, Kaylin speaking
Yeah,
for the group.
she's still a princess though, so that does
I'm a
offset a lot
lady.
of that.
Yeah,
Uh,
go. I'm just putting out points.
No, you're fine. You're fine, Gemma. I love you.
All right,
Move
Kaylin's
on.
petitioning the case then to the court. So, Kaylin,
Yes.
what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to make a persuasion check.
Well, let me fail this for everybody, and then I'm gonna be like, I freaking told you so. Okay, hold on. Persuasion. I'm
Guidance.
gonna guidance my. Oh, thanks, brother.
No, it'd
Double
probably be
guidance.
better if you did it.
Totally stacks.
No, use my guidance.
no.
No, 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 no. My
And guidance.
Ooh.
Serpent's
I don't
Grove,
see it.
baby.
Ooh, 23.
Slither, slither.
No.
Unfortunately, because you're from the Serpent's Grove, that's a minus 20.
That's gonna be a 3.
Damn, that's pretty bad.
Rough.
You rolled so well, too.
All right. So, Kaylin, as you're kind of speaking, is it just kind of the points that you've been bringing up as you've been going back and forth and
Yeah, and I mean, like, to Xanthi's point, though, like, the reparations, we're gonna lean, like, heavy into that. Like, they're already upset with us, so we want to try to give them a little bit something to look forward to in the future to hopefully continue to mend that relationship. So she would lean heavy in on that.
okay, sounds good. So,
Yeah,
Kaylin,
beating
as
people
you
up with the quarterstaff.
as you are speaking, you do receive 3 houses that are willing to aid in this endeavor to sort of fill up the missing gold you're looking for. There is an older individual from House Thornfield, so a cousin of Gareth, who is willing to use 2,000 gold of his personal stores. A son of the Lord of House Baylor, which is the house in charge of banking and financing of House Eldrin. They're willing to put forth 2K. And one of House Falkrest's own banner bearers, that of House Caltris, which they are the sort of experts in jungle exploration, are willing to put forth 1K to sort of fill in that other 5K that you're missing.
Nice.
Okay.
That is appreciated.
All right. Sounds good. So, with that, Lady Elena is very thankful of the funding, and she will send word to her workers immediately to start working. House Varison isn't upset. You can see the guildmaster does seem to be a little on edge when they are leaving. To get the funding when it happens eventually is good, but the fact that they might lose the store doesn't feel great. But they're going to try their best, and they don't seem terribly upset with all of you. They know it's necessary, but it sucks to lose out on profits. All right. Look at that. Petition number 1.
If I can...
Yeah.
If I can add.
Mm-hmm.
I think before the servants like gone, Xanthi would want to give them a letter to like give to their lord then. And I mean, I don't know if you want details, but it will basically just be like a thing coming directly from her. Again, just really focusing on the fact that they're going to be repaid and that she personally will ensure that that happens and kind of be like, hey, drop me a line if there's any concerns, but in like word talk.
Yeah. And the representative from House Varison, they do know or have heard word of your connection to their house, and you can see it does help them leave with a little bit more confidence that if something negative were to happen, that they would be compensated for it. All right. That individual leaves, and we move on. So the rest of the day unfolds, and we'll say that we'll just kind of skip this day as all of you kind of go off and do your own things. Xanthi, you end up meeting with Sir Otis, and Kaylin, that evening you meet with Lord Gareth. The next day there are no petitions, so on this next day, on the 24th of September, is that right, Kayla? It was the 23rd?
Yep.
Okay, so on the
correct.
24th of September, as the sun begins to rise at 7 a.m., It is a colder day today, about 40 to 46 degrees Fahrenheit. A little chilly, a little nippy on the wind. The day is yours, free for the kids to do whatever they want to do. So, what's everybody got? As breakfast is being served, you're eating your meals, whether it be at the table or in your room. What's everybody got on the docket for today, if anything?
I mean,
no. Oh, go ahead. No. Proceed.
no, you started.
No. Go ahead.
Oh, fine. Okay. Xanthi. Xanthi would plan to just visit Rainier. Not to do anything specifically, but she'd obviously just want to spend some time.
Yeah. So, Xanthi, actually, as you go to visit Rainier, you can see there are some clerics that are still working. Weber, he is not here any longer as the majority of the wound has been fixed. And Lady Solara is not present either. It's just a few clerics of the Church of Unity that are helping his wounds along and healing. But you see your father sitting there by his side. Aside from you and him, there's just a few other clerics in the room. And you see he just is looking down at Rainier, sort of shaking his head and holding Rainier's hand. And he hears the door open and sees you and says, oh, Xanthi, it's good to see you, my dear. Please. And he'll kind of stand up from his seat and gesture for you to take it.
I'm not interrupting, am I?
No. It's a rather one-sided conversation, so it'd be nice to have an extra person here.
How is he? Has he been improving?
Yes, I think. I don't know. His breathing is more steady now. But that's about it.
Have you been here with him the whole time then?
I have.
You slept at all?
Here and there. And I'm afraid if I even try and sleep, I'll miss something else.
I see. But and she kind of like hesitates for a moment. You know you cannot just stay at his side for however long it will take for him to cover, yes?
I know. But Rainier and I, we haven't been on the best terms as of late, I can't imagine if I would have lost him. These petty squabbles and disagreements. He's my brother. He's not my blood, but he is my brother, more of a brother than Edamir ever was. And I let that get in the way these past few years. So I feel like I need to make it up to him now. At least I have all of you. A king's hand. You know, I think they called it that initially because the old adage, many hands make light work. It is the greatest honor of my life to be king of Adaria, Xanthi. But it is not easy.
Naturally.
Oh, I'm glad I have all of you.
But you are still king.
See, he kind of lifts up the crown a bit, just to like rub at his forehead, and you can see the imprint that it's left there.
Forgive me, Father, but you can do no more for Rainier than any of these clerics would be able to do. This kingdom, however, only has you as its king. And our house needs someone as Lord Paramount, and we do not have that at the moment. And I worry that Rainier may not be able to return to that position either.
Xanthi, I understand. We have to worry about the future, eventually. All right? It's okay to take a moment, a breath, a week even. The kingdom, the house will not fall apart in a week. Feel. Please, just sit with me and him for just a moment. It doesn't need to be some grand political meeting about strategy and decorum. Just a father and his daughter hoping that her uncle will get better. Can we just do that, please?
She opens her mouth to kind of retort, but just kind of immediately just drops it. And she will just kind of sit next to where Talon is and just slightly rest her head upon his shoulder, just looking down at Rainier.
And Talon will sort of put his hand around your shoulder and squeeze it tightly. You can see that meant the world to him right there. After a few moments, maybe, 10 minutes, he will sort of nod and say, I know what must be done, Xanthi. And I know there's much to do. If I go and take care of a few things right now, my kingly duties, will you just make sure he's not alone?
Of course.
Thank you. And with that, he'll stand, and he will give a very light kiss on the top of your head as he heads out of the room, leaving you alone with Rainier. Is there anything that Xanthi does in that moment? Anything she maybe says to Rainier does?
I mean, I feel like she would obviously kind of do the thing of just talking to him, just in case there would be any response, even though she knows there wouldn't be,
Mm-hmm.
Not anything in particular. It would just basically just be just the sentiment of just you're still needed here. And just recounting things of the past, things like that.
Yep.
Just staying by his side, giving him company.
There'd be a cleric that would come up as you're kind of talking to him. This man may be in his 30s. Elven, sharp pointed ears. You can see that his hair is dyed actually in the sort of long, to his shoulders, very straight, very composed, deep purple. It's currently dyed. Wearing the robes of the Church of Unity. You can see he undoes some of the bandages and cleans some of the wounds. And says, "That is very sweet that you would stay and talk to him. It is said that even when a soul is broken, even when someone is so deep in this paralysis or unawake state such as he, they can hear it.
Those words you speak, that even if a soul is broken or, God's forbid, claimed, they can still hear the words spoken to them.
Just kind of like giving like a up and down judgment look at this person. But she won't say anything, just kind of slightly nod, just keeping her attention on Rainier.
My princess, I will leave you to it. I did not mean to interrupt. I just hope that, same as his body, I hope his soul can recover as well. And the cleric will nod his head after fixing the wounds and walk away.
Like the slightest of eye roll from her when he walks away. He don't matter right now, you know.
Okay. Sounds good to me. So, Xanthe, you stay there for probably about an hour. And Talon returns. You can see he's clean. He's wearing a fresh set of clothes. He had been in his like night clothes that entire time since when he first arrived the night before, or what would be 2 nights ago now. And he's dressed much more formally, befitting that of a man of his station. And he'll come back in and place a hand on your shoulder as he's still standing and says,
"You go. I'll stay here for a bit longer, but I promise, Xanthe, I won't stay here too long. All right?"
All right. Just, of course, let us know if anything changes.
I will. I will, and
you see he's maybe juggling something that he wants to say, but he just sort of melts away as he smiles and says,
good luck with the rest of your duties, and have fun with the petitioners. I'm sure all of you will get a kick out of it. It's most fun part of being king, I'd say.
Oh. I've seen you do it for enough years that I like to think I do know what I'm doing.
I think you might know a thing or two as well. All right. Good luck out there, and if anything changes, I'll let you know.
Thank you.
and Xanthe, he will go to hug you.
Yeah, she'll reciprocate.
Okay. Yeah. You can feel it is a tight, warm hug. One thing that you and all of your siblings can all say about your father is that he does indeed give probably the best hugs in the kingdom of Adaria. You feel like you don't have to say that just because he's king, but maybe that has something to do with it, you know? But it's very tight, very warm, a very safe hug. And just for a moment, Xanthe, you maybe feel that little girl that you had pushed so far deep down behind those walls peek up for just a minute and then pushed back down as the hug falls and you exit from the healing chamber as he continues to sit by Rainier's side. Xanthe, can you make a perception check for me real quick?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's too many P's. 16?
16, okay. Xanthe, as you are walking out, most of the clerics that you had seen from the beginning until you leaving had been the same. Since you walked in like an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago, it's been the same people. The only one you don't see anymore, and you don't recall seeing at the beginning, is the cleric that spoke to you. You don't see them anywhere in here. It's not uncommon for clerics to leave and go get additional supplies, but the rest of the clerics are the same. And that's just a little odd.
I mean, just thinking on that, has she seen that cleric before that moment as well, or?
You think on it, and Not that one in particular, but then again, Xanthi hasn't been very close with the clergy at all in her life, aside from what's necessary. But as far as it goes between last night and today, and when Rainier was healing, you don't recall seeing them.
So they're not a familiar face at all.
Not a familiar face at all. Well, something about them was familiar. It was strange. You're not exactly sure. There was like this familiarity with them, but you can't place it.
All right, she's just gonna pocket that one for later. Oh.
You got it. All right. With that, Xanthi, you leave, heading back to the Manor of the King's Hand.
Yeah.
All right. That. Bada bing, bada boom. We are back. So I'll say Xanthi probably gets back around midday now. All of you are together in the manor at this hour. Does anybody have anything they want to go do before the next petitioner arrives at around 4 p.m. today? Or are you guys talking as a group, talking to each other? What are you doing?
Well, Kayla had a thing, right?
Ah,
That is right, Kaylee, you did have a thing.
yeah, I mean, before the next petitioner arrives, if everybody's there, I think Kaylin would just like, I don't know, she's not a gatherer of the people, but if everybody's in the same room at some point,
For lunch, sure.
yeah, sure, yeah, after kind of
A
feeding,
gatherer of the people.
after feeding Samson something from her plate, she would, because he's absolutely at the table, she would kind of look over to her siblings and she would say, I just wanted everyone to know that when I was... She says this as if you guys know what it means, but, you know. Veil walking. I saw something around Rainier's soul. And I think it's important that we're all aware that whatever attacked him, whatever it was, well, it's not only attacking his physical body, it was attacking everything, every part of who he was. And I just think it's important that you are all aware of that.
What's veil walking?
I was going to ask the same question.
It is a old tradition that the people of the Serpent's Grove can do. It's kind of like leaving your body, your physical body, and entering a realm in between, right? The ethereal plane. And if you are lucky enough, you can do that without disattaching your soul entirely from your body. But I needed a little help. That's what I ran to my room to get.
This is just something that anyone from there can do?
No,
Oh.
it's a very practiced thing. Not everyone should be able to do it, and not everyone can be able to do it. I can't do it without help. And that was the first time it actually worked. But regardless, it's a very sacred practice technique to go into the ethereal and to look at a soul or a spirit of someone. Or a spirit of something. It's really what it's usually used for with my people. It's spirits of greater things. But I saw Rainier's soul. I saw his spirit, and it was being attacked by this dark entity that was just encompassing his entire form, and then it spoke.
What did it say?
Well, it said I shouldn't have been there, and it called me by my name.
So you're familiar with whatever this entity is, then?
No, I didn't say that. I said it spoke and it knew my name. But I don't know it. I just know that it is a creature, a thing that is capable of devouring one's soul.
Have
I
you
know.
spoke to this thing before?
She raises an eyebrow. No. I've never seen anything like it before.
Well, that's good.
I just thought it was important that we all were on the same page about just how truly dangerous whatever this thing is. Or whatever attacked Rainier. It's a lot more powerful than I think we all have the understanding to even begin to comprehend. That is... Crossing the veil is incredibly dangerous, incredibly complex, and to be able to assume another being while in that realm is... It's not something I've ever heard of.
Alright, so you've taken some sort of substance or something that wasn't exactly there. There is concern. There is concerns about it. I'm sure that the clerics would already be aware of it. He's already
Are
on
you
the
listening
mend.
to anything that I'm saying?
He's already healing. I saw him earlier today.
You saw his physical form, Xanthi. You saw his body. You didn't see his soul. I can only hope that it is also healing.
So how do we confirm if it is? Or should we?
Kalen would have to veil walk again, I imagine.
Well, that's out of the question.
Why?
I don't think I can do it again.
Well, she just said it was extremely dangerous, and whatever's on the other side is devouring a soul?
I think it's something that I will discuss with the clerics. But it's not something I can just do again easily. And I don't really have any more of what I need to do it. And I also made a promise not to do it again.
Is there anyone else who could do it?
Nobody here. Nobody in the keep, I'm sure. I mean, when I was there and when I touched Rainier's heart and I tried to pull him back towards me, I think whatever it was dissipated. I mean, I don't think it's there anymore. My fear now is if something attacks again, it is not only physically attacking us, but there could be some sort of unknown that is attacking us on a completely different realm, and I just thought it was important that we all knew that was a possibility. We don't even know what this thing is. We don't even know what attacked Rainier.
Well, whatever attacked Rainier was something extremely powerful, obviously, and I think it is obviously good that we know this and that you've told us this, Caitlin. It's good information to have, but none of us here have any of the capabilities to handle such things like this, so have you told Father or the clerics or anyone else about this?
I was going to go up to the keep today and have a conversation.
Do you need us to go with you?
No, I'm fully capable of having that conversation myself. I just thought, as the King's Hand, we should all be aware.
And we thank you for letting us know. And thank you for doing that and saving our uncle's life.
I don't think it was me who did anything.
I think it definitely helped.
Yeah, I just wish that he was fully there. But yeah, that's it. I just wanted to make you all aware before I go and speak with Talon about it.
Fair enough.
Well,
Gotta feed Samson another thing from her plate.
when is our next petitioner for? What time is it now?
3:58.
Shit.
Yeah.
No, at this point it's about I'd say noon 30.
Okay.
My answer was funnier.
Yeah, as we're eating lunch, Edwin's going to give Xanthi a look and say, Xanthi, can I talk to you in private, please?
She'll kind of like give you a knowing look back. Of course.
And he will get up and walk off and just wait. I wish I had music.
We refreshed the
Restart?
shit.
Yeah.
I refreshed it like 7 times. It just
And then
hates
did you
me.
go over to the little music note
Sucks
and
to
like
suck. Anyways.
fiddle with the volumes? Sometimes if you fiddle with the volumes, it helps. Do a little fiddle.
I also tried
Fiddling.
stopping it and starting it again to see if that would help you.
I've been talking in complete silence this entire time, and it's
Nice.
the worst. Oh, let me. Sorry, anticlimactic. Anyways, yeah. Edwin waits for Xanthi. I assume Xanthi joins him.
Yeah.
Okay, works on Chrome, so I guess I'm using Chrome.
Nice.
Yep.
Not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor. Edwin is kind of walking down the hall, goes, I think I want to tell them. But there's something I need to do first, and I need your opinion.
Right. I do hope that tell them also includes father.
I guess my interpretation of them is with an asterisk, and father is that asterisk? No. Right now, I'm just the siblings. Right now, I will tell father, but things are still too dangerous.
Fair enough. What did you want my opinion on?
I want to confront Father Aldrin. I mean, he is the reason why this is information. But I don't know if I should.
Well, I think that'd be a terribly stupid idea, at least until we know everything's been dealt with already.
And this is why I wanted to talk to you. I find myself getting angrier by the day that I do not speak with him. And I'm not quick to anger. It doesn't feel good.
It's important, isn't it? And you've been betrayed. You're right in feeling that way. And I'm sure that his day, along with the Spy Master, will come. But there's an order to things.
Yes. Okay. Well, I need to talk with Brixby, right? That's his name? Yes, Brixby. See if there's any room in this keep that is Grodolon. I just want to make sure that once I tell everyone that no one else can hear, that information doesn't get out. Because if it does, and the Spy Master hears that I'm telling people, that puts them in even more danger. You understand that?
Of course. But I also believe that we'll need to move fast in whatever is going to be happening. The more time we wait, the more time there is for things to get out.
I
For
know.
the Spy Master to understand what has happened.
And that's another thing. I don't know what to do. I don't. I don't know if I should send word, if I should hold off. I don't know what the right move is at the moment, but I do think I know that I need all of your help. I need to talk to everybody. More,
Don't forget we
more
have rooms
minds.
here, Edwin.
I'll have to do it at the keep. I at least can trust the people we work around, I think. I don't know, maybe they're all under the influence of the Spy Master. Regardless, I think that I want to call everyone's attention after our next petitioner. I need time to think of what I'm going to actually say.
Of course.
And I hope that all of you do not hate me afterwards.
I think there's going to be a lot of questions, Edwin. A lot of questions.
I would be very upset if there wasn't, honestly. Was that a laugh?
Yes. Don't need to be so surprised about it.
Well, I have not heard you laugh since I've been back. So
Perhaps I won't again after that reaction.
I'm sure you will. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me and helping. I knew I could trust you.
She'll just kind of like clasp you on the shoulder a little bit.
We'll need to tell them before you get too suspicious as well.
Right. I hate politics. It's so frustrating.
I suppose when you're not used to it.
Right. Well, people are going to start getting suspicious, so we should probably move on. I'll talk to you later. And Edwin will give Xanthi a hug. And then walk away.
2 hugs in 1 day for Xanthi? Damn.
A lot of hugs.
And a laugh.
Character assassination at its finest.
Dude,
I'll add to that, like as he walks away, like she's been, especially after that comment, she's been a lot more like stone faced, but which she will kind of just smile as he leaves, just so he can't see it.
She's a softie.
It
Your mum's a softy man. Don't say shit about
My mom's
Damn.
dead.
Hey, yo.
Get on my mom's car.
Yeah, I mean,
Get on my mom's carriage. Nay, nay. Okay, I'm done. Sorry.
Nay, nay.
Nay, nay.
All right. Fantastic, everyone. So with that, all of you head to the Chamber of Judgments of the King's Manor to hear your second petitioner. At around 4 p.m., just a couple hours later. Finish up your lunch. Time for a petition. As the court gathers in the smaller chamber than that of the throne room of Dragon's End, Master Thaddeus introduces, Master Brigsby, my bad, introduces Master Thaddeus Umbrin, a researcher and scientist of House Umbrin, a half-elf, renowned for his work surrounding necromancy. Man in his early 40s, however, he has these gaunt, intense eyes. Very, very, very dark. You can see that sort of like necromantic magic has affected him to a degree. But as he enters and begins to speak, he's rather meek. He's very quiet. He mumbles quite a bit. He's not a politician. He's a scientist. And you see him clutching incredibly tightly this leather folio very close to his chest, and his eyes darting around the room. His petition is he is requesting access to sealed texts within the Royal Archives regarding historical methods for communing with spirits and potentially even restoring damaged souls. He claims the research is purely academic to help those whose anima, these sort of three parts of one's being, that's been damaged by trauma or magical injury. And he cites that recent cases, specifically bringing up Rainier, that's evidence enough that this is something the kingdom should be doing, that it's something that's very important. However, it seems as though this is something he's been working on for a while. Rainier is just a recent example. At the end of the day, in terms of cost, he says that if he were to do the research alone by himself, it would take about 5,000 gold worth of provisions, materials, displacement, in order to get him and all of his, equipment here. However, if all of you were to enlist the Archmage, Morgana Umbrin, who would be a cousin of his, to help him, and to allow him to use her tower and her provisions and her equipment, it would only cost him 1,000 gold.
Which, I mean, I feel like it's better to have Morgana involved with it as well.
Oh yeah, he cannot be working by himself on this.
I don't know. My immediate thought is either delay or what's the other one? Not give them money. Whatever that one is.
Deny?
Damn.
Is that what you're
Look.
Yeah, that's the word.
Do we
Look,
know
out of
anything
game.
about this Thaddeus guy? Like, what are his vibes? Is there any like bad rumors, bad vibes? Like,
Are you asking about his
Necro
like as a person right now, or reflecting on what you may have heard about him?
yeah, like what's his general like reputation? There we
Reputation.
go.
Okay, make a history check. Ryan, what were you gonna say?
I was just going to say, I know out of game we're super sus of Morgana. In game, I have literally no reason to distrust her, so I'm very happy to let her help him. I'm just saying.
Xanthi, as you recall, nothing specifically about Thaddeus. However, the Church of Unity does not like House Umbrin at all. And you get this small inclination that a lot of that is from Thaddeus, but you can't exactly remember why. But the Church of Unity, those who have been taking care of healing Rainier, do not like House Umbrin, specifically Thaddeus. Like I said, can't exactly remember why. But that's that's kind of what you get from that role.
I would like to point out what Ryan said about the susness of Morgana. No susness in character. Edwin's reasoning for not including Morgana is she is full on taking care of making sure that these eggs are safe. And I feel like I don't want to, it's one thing. Well, she's probably got like 15 things on her plate because she's, a council member. Adding another thing where she's doing research, taking her away from, the big picture, which is the eggs. I don't know. That's Edwin's reasoning of like, I don't want to get her involved because she's got too much going on. Also,
What is
as a
her-
person of the church, I don't like this guy.
I would also
Counterpoint.
say, do we want to maybe even, if we like defer judgment now, maybe talk to Morgana? Because like, especially if she's family with this person, she might be able to provide more insight on like if we can trust him and if this research is actually worth it.
I mean, we can agree based on how did Joe phrase it, like based on certain conditions being met or whatever, and talking to Morgana and getting her approval on it could be that condition.
I mean, after everything that Kaylin just said, like, to her, this is really important. Like, if somebody is going to be going out of the way to do the research that they might not easily have the time to do, this is going to be incredibly important to Rainier's health. Like, that's where Kaylin's coming from. Even if he's a little sussy McBussy, and so is Morgana, like, maybe together, is there another person, Joe, like, in the court that we could bring in as, like, a third unbiased party into this research team?
Go ahead and make a history check, Kaylin.
Where's Bolarolos when you
I
need
may
him?
be helping that. I don't know what Kaylin's history is, but I don't think it's that high, is it?
It's not good. I would love to make history.
Guidance.
Yeah, if Xanthi and Kaylin for just a brief moment kind of go aside and do a little bit of back and forth.
A little chit chat? Yeah.
Mm.
It's understood.
Edwin and Merrick just like very nervous, like, oh god.
What?
You want me to make the roll? Am I allowed to do
Please.
that?
Please.
This
Yeah,
is
so the
gonna
two of you go
very
back and
well or
forth.
very badly.
No. I think that in this matter, like, when they're at court, they work together really well.
Guidance.
Why is this not letting me? Okay. Hello?
Say it one more time.
Guidance.
There you go.
Why is this not going through? Okay, there we go. Is that what? How did I do the
22?
advantage? Hello?
And 20, and then add the guidance.
D4, yeah.
That's a D4. Wow.
Well,
Way to roll the
Well.
one.
23 is still a high number.
23.
Too bad you get -20 because Kaylin's from the Serpent Grove. That's crazy.
And
Yeah.
you were fighting
my
this
God,
entire time.
y'all, I'm sorry for using backstory shit.
Nah, you're fine. It's funny.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Let me just make sure that this is the right person. Okay. Oop. So, Xanthi, as you and Kaylin are going back and forth, you're looking at the court right now. The probably 70 people that are in here listening to petitions. You're sort of watching, looking, and both of you see an individual. Xanthi, you recognize them, but you can't quite remember what house they were from. You remember that they are a studious individual. Their name is Kaylena.
Oh.
Kaylin, you remember they are of House Alaris, which is a banner bearer of House Emberland, and Alaris is specifically about religious education. So the understanding of divine nature and what it means to be what it means to use divine magic, and the healing of all things through that, and understanding how that works. Kaylena was a student of the Church of the Broken Sun. They had served within that order for quite some time and then are now acting as an advisor to House Emberland. So they know their stuff around healing magic, and maybe even something deeper than that. They're very studious, very smart. But yes, Kaylena Alaris, you both recognize and might be a good person to pull in.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we kind
Is
of put
that,
both those. Go ahead.
Does that further bring down the cost to maybe nothing? Huh?
Damn.
That would be ideal.
Consider all.
Well, Caitlin is within. So as you bring it up to her, she would say that while she is within the keep of Dragon's Inn and is within Crown's Rest currently, she was planning on leaving within the next 3 months. So if the research goes any longer than that, she will need to be, compensated for, the time that her lodgings and provisions while staying here.
That
We like
falls
reconvene
under.
in 3 months before deciding that happens, See where it's at and all that shit.
Yeah.
Wait,
so
then she leaves, right?
we can say.
Oh wait, no. Okay.
We can
We
say
want to like keep her
500,
on or not, no?
500 gold right now. And then potentially maybe more down the line.
I mean, 500 gold's fine. That's what Xanthi's life is worth.
Womp 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 womp.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Are we all okay with that? Like
if you
bringing her
if you
in
do a
and-
hostage negotiation for me for less than 10k, I'm gonna be pissed.
Hey, we only have 15.
500. Let
And
me
that would
die, then.
also take some stress off of Morgana, so she's not like constantly having to balance the research and the dragon eggs. There's a third partner who also can keep an eye on both of them if either one acts a little shady.
So we will establish conditions of approval. You have 3 months to work with
Kaylina.
Kaylin Kalina. Yep. And we will provide 500 gold. Get to work. We will come back in 3 months, and you will give us a status report. We want Gantt charts. We want Excel sheets. We want docs,
After.
pie
months.
charts, if possible.
A lovely PowerPoint would be excellent.
possible.
That would be good.
What's the status on that slide deck? Is that slide deck done?
Got any word art in there?
Did you make that video?
No, they need to use Canva, not word art. Get out of here.
Word art?
Yeah, word art, buddy.
Having
You
a
got Clippy
stroke right
assisting
now.
you?
Okay, so
love
Thaddeus, at the end of the day, he just wants access to the research. He's totally fine only receiving the 500 gold for the provisions and the bare necessities of what he needs to import here. And the rest can be done with his cousin.
I would like to add a caveat that if we're all good with this, he is to be under watch while he does this. It's a necromancer looking at some old necromancy shit. So we need to keep a close eye.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We have a history of liches. So we want more of those.
Yeah.
Under-
It's
Agree.
like just having general guard, right?
A
Like-
lot of them.
He should not be able to take that information,
Mm.
and just apply for personal need,
Do they have I guess librarians or some shit that
Yeah, there's
like,
none of
make
Yeah,
those.
sure
Morgana
security
Librarians
has
there?
her
don't
like
exist.
constructs that patrol that
Okay.
The Sentinels. Yeah.
that
Yeah.
saw that
Easy.
that
Has to be accompanied at all time. Done.
Morgana will
Yeah.
also be informed on the dealings and whatever the hell he's doing.
for sure, yeah. So you are voluntelling her to do this. Got it.
Yep.
All right,
As
cool.
The princes and princesses and possibly next heir to the throne. Yes.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, no,
King's
Thaddeus.
hand would have been the way to say that quickly.
Or else we'll tell
He,
Dad.
do you know who my dad is?
Who are you messing with?
Have you met him?
I will say Thaddeus, he tries not to show it, but he's not very good at concealing his emotions. He is offended that you do not trust him with the materials out of fear of the necromancy, right? He's not dumb. He can see, especially from Edwin, that the fear of necromancy, and that maybe is something that's whispered in the court also. That's something he is very deeply offended by. But he doesn't say anything in the moment, but he just can't hide it very well.
Well, you know what? We say no then.
Yeah, I mean, Edwin could be the front runner. of
No,
the
we
conversation.
don't.
You're gonna be a
Kidding.
little bitch. You don't get jack shit.
Yeah. You better keep your emotions under wrap, or else.
No,
No
that's
research.
fine. He can be offended.
Think
If
about
he doesn't
the
get why
history
we
of
have a
our
right to be
family,
concerned about that, I don't know what to
Yeah.
tell you, homie.
Not like
Listen,
we
you
ha-
guys have never even seen a lich, okay? So,
No, but we've
Oh.
sure heard of them.
Broken fucking carp. It's fine.
all right. He's upset and he's leaving, but he is
Yeah,
thankful
well, get the fuck
for
outta here.
the access.
Bitch
Edwin
jack
says
shit.
that in the game. Get the fuck out of here. No, he doesn't.
Okay,
doesn't.
all right.
That's fine.
Thaddeus is deeply
Thaddeus.
offended. All right.
I'm so stupid.
There we go.
Forgive.
Cool. All righty. With that,
I'm sure that won't be a problem down the road.
the petition has been heard, it has been answered, and you will inform the necessary parties. Kaylena, she is very thankful for this opportunity to be able to serve the crown in the king's hand and to be able to work with such resplendent works of literature within the archives. She's very thankful to all of you.
That's
Yes,
the attitude we need.
Well,
like,
Well, gratitude goes a long way. I wish
You know
nothing
what?
but success for this girl.
Fuck the necromancer guy. Let's just let her. Yeah.
Let's take
Kick
all
him
of
out,
the
let her do
research,
it.
all of the years of research the necromancer's already done.
Yeah.
Kick him out of the project. That's real life. So if you guys were wanting to do real life, that's what would happen.
Where our budget is
Change your plan.
thin, and we need to get somebody who can do the same work, but for less.
He can't complain. He'll be mentioned in a footnote on page 80.
Oh my
What does he
God.
want?
Lucky.
That's more than
In-
I've ever
An
gotten.
8-point font. And
I'm the son of the king.
Dude.
Damn it.
in
The
wingdings.
8-point font.
Wingdings. Oh my God. Anyway.
And more for
Okay.
him by his nickname, Thad. Won't even use his full name.
Dude. All right. With that, the petitioner leaves as well as the rest of the court. The rest of the day is yours. That probably took about 2 hours, 6 o'clock. There's nothing going on the next day, but on the 26th, you will hear 2 petitioners in a row that day.
No, so there's nothing going on tomorrow.
Nothing going
you
on
just said.
tomorrow, the 25th of September.
Beach day.
Beach episode.
This early?
That's weird. That's weird with siblings. I'm not gonna lie. That's
First we
little
have
rocky.
our lemon fix, and now we have our beach day. Love it.
Why are we talking about lemons? All right, so
Don't ask. Don't ask.
What life gives you them.
Anyways.
okay, so does anybody have anything else for the rest of the day or tomorrow?
Doesn't have to be role played out, but Kaylin would at some point go up to the keep to let the clerics looking over Rainier know what she saw. It did take her a little bit of time to get what she needed to say to them, just because she was a little worried about how they would react. But
Yeah.
she would tell them that, what she knows.
Okay. Let me just make this one note real quick. Thaddeus on the archives to Anima. Okay. Caitlin, as you enter into the healing chamber, you can see that Talon, your father, is still there, sitting beside Rainier's side, next to his brother. He looks to you and he smiles, seeing that you're here, and he says, Caitlin, did you come to visit Rainier as well?
Yeah, I just wanted to let the clerics know about something that I saw. And I guess it's good that you're here, so that way you can hear it too.
Yes, I please.
Is he awake?
No, not yet. I told Xanthi the other day his heart rate is regular now. He
Good.
still doesn't speak.
I don't think he will for a while. But I'm glad he's resting.
Me too. Me too. You can see there's in his eyes there's 1,000 words he's looking to say, or 1,000 things he wants to do, but before he can say anything, there's a cleric that approaches. Half elven, very sharp features. Or not half elven, sorry, full elven. Very sharp features, long pointed ears, and shoulder length cropped blue hair. Approaches and says, My Lady Caitlin, there was something you said you wished to address to the clerics.
Yes, I think it might be important and helpful to bring, I don't know, a real part of him back. When everything happened, I kind of just like struggles to find the words. There is a ritual that my people do called veil walking, and I took part in it. I went into the ethereal realm, and I saw a part of Rainier being attacked by this thing, and I couldn't quite make out what it was. But I think it was attacking his soul and trying to consume it, or something latched onto him. And she'll like describe like it in detail, like what it looked like and what it said to her. And I just wanted to make sure someone knew. I don't know if it's still there. I don't know if it... I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before, but it was important that you guys, since you're all taking care of him, that you are aware of the situation. There.
You can see the... Sorry, go ahead.
She was just going to end with kind of looking at Rainier and just putting a hand on his shoulder. There are a lot of things that not everyone can always see. And I just worry if we are only looking in one direction, something might, I don't know, sneak up on us. Does that make sense?
You can see the cleric nods assuredly and says, well, my lady Kaelin, we will look into that post-haste. Whatever we can find, and whatever we do find, we will be sure to let you know about it.
Does he seem genuine?
Yeah, make an insight check.
Okay. Like, he's not looking at her like she's crazy, right? And she's trying to...
We'll see after an insight check. It's perception, but we can keep the roll. What's your insight
an idiot.
modifier?
Bloop, bleep, bloop, blop, bleep, bloop.
So 16 plus whatever your
It's the same. 3.
It's 3. Okay, so 19. Yeah, he seems incredibly genuine. I mean, you're not sure if it's just because you want to believe him because you don't want somebody else to think you're crazy, but Kaelin, you do believe him.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Yes, not the first time I've heard something like this before. I must say, I did do some traveling as part of the Church of Unity to the Serpent's Grove. The Veil Walkers, yes?
Correct.
Well, we will look into it. I have a few contacts within the Serpent's Grove still. I might be able to reach out to see if they know anything more. We might be able to help more.
Oh, that's great. I'm just glad that he's in capable hands is all. I wasn't sure how far this knowledge extended out, so I trust that you will take care of him.
The best kept secret of the lands of the Serpent's Grove, I think. They only share it with those that they trust the most.
Oh. Also someone who's much more capable of doing it than I am.
Yes. I'll see
Thank
if
you.
I can potentially find one of these Veil Walkers to come here.
That'd be great. If that happens, please, I'd love to be witness to it.
You will be the first person we reach out to, my Lady Kaelin.
Great. Thank you.
And the cleric will bow and excuse themselves and leave. Talon kind of looks to you, Kaelin, and says, Your mother spoke to me on Veil Walkers when I was in the Serpent's Grove all those years ago. Truthfully, it something beyond anything I'd ever heard of. I saw some of them. Veil Walk, it is... I know it probably is terrifying to experience, but there was something very beautiful about it. And that was something you did that night.
No, I imitated it and I got lucky. It's not something I can just do on my own, unfortunately. I didn't get a chance to learn that part.
Yeah. Perhaps when this Veil Walker comes, that cleric is able to bring someone in,
perhaps you might be able to start learning.
That would be nice. Kind of like shuffles her feet a little bit.
Yeah. You can see Talon is doing the exact same thing.
Do you actually remember her voice? Or are you just making that up?
You see he looks at you confused, as if he misheard you. I'm sorry, Kaylin. I think I've been up for a very long time, and I misheard you. What did you say?
I said, do you actually remember the sound of her voice, or are you just saying that?
I remember everything about her, Kaylin. The cascading waves of raven hair, like shadows dancing across her shoulders. I remember those eyes, deep, intense green, those gold flecks. Wild herbs and lilacs. The dress she embroidered herself with green snakes. The sparrow. I remember the sparrow too. Caitlin,
you can see he's just wrestling with what to say right now. Between Rainier and that comment, you can see on his face, Kaylin, that same face that he's made many times before, where he's trying to figure out the right thing to say to you. But he's just kind of stumbling, and eventually he will say, I am sorry, Kaylin. But regardless of the past, the only thing we have is time. And as deeply as I do miss your mother, and I regret the possibilities of what could have been, I cannot change that. All I have now to remind me of her is you. And you see he kind of rests a hand on Rainier's shoulder, looking to him and looking to you. I'm sorry, so deeply sorry that life has been as cruel to you as it is.
Life is cruel to everyone, Talon. But if we listen, the trees will sing. And she'll put a little hand on your hand where you're touching Rainier, and then she'll turn to leave.
And as you start to leave, Kaylin, you hear Talon begin to hum. Hum a song that, for a moment, you stop. Same song your mother used to sing. When she was cooking, when she was preparing tinctures or herbal remedies. That same very simple, very short song. The song that she said was the trees singing to her. But you press forward. There's much left to do during the day. All right. Kaylin, you leave the keep and you head back to the Manor of the King's Hand, giving the information that you did of the Veil Walkers and what you had seen. So, anybody have anything else for this day in particular before we move to the day of nada?
Each day.
Each day.
Each day. Each day.
Okay. All right. The day passes. Eventually, all of you come together for dinner. The meal is a well-cooked fish fillet. Very delicious. Very well seasoned.
Does bro only cook fish? Is this a pattern or?
Every meal
love
you've
him.
had
He's
has had
great.
some type of nautical element to it, whether it be like fried seaweed on the side, or like clams, or even using just like having sea salt be a key component of a dish. He's very big
Seaweed
on that.
wraps.
Yeah, exactly. Everything has an oceanic feel to it. It's got umami,
And taste.
and taste. Yeah. It's all really good, but you can see that if you might need to have a conversation with him about integrating some type of land food.
Oh yeah,
because it's-
Xanthi is already planning it. She's like making like meal prep lists in her head as they're eating this meal.
Edwin, when they see the dish, he walks away. And Edwin goes, "Oh, fish again."
Yeah, isn't it great?
Yeah, Xanthi's gonna have words.
It's pretty wonderful.
Merrick's already on his second one.
You're okay, fish boy.
Head Chef Caviel likes you a lot, Merrick. He goes, "Hey, yeah, second plate. Good job."
Keep it up. Don't change, no matter what anyone tells you.
Nah.
If anyone told me different, you know what I tell them?
What?
Cook it yourself.
Ah,
Oh my
I like
God.
this guy.
He hates this person.
He's way too casual for Xanthi.
We need a new chef.
Where's our like guy in a big hat and apron who says, "Yes, of course."
Exactly. Xanthi's already considering firing this person.
Where's the chef from The Little Mermaid?
Louis?
The one that cooks fish.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
Oh God.
It's like a whole point of him being in the movie.
Less fish.
Less fish. After dinner, Edwin is going to try to find Chamberlain Theophilus Brigsby.
Yes. You can see he is tending to his duties. Actually, by the time that you find him at the end of the night, he is at the manor exterior. He's actually tending to the garden outside. It's no longer raining on this evening,
I
but
was gonna say, is it raining?
you can see that he is detail oriented to a fault, like making sure that the flowers are perfectly coiffed, that they just have this perfect appearance to them. For anyone that strolls through the gardens. As you can,
Edwin
big hat.
Edwin just stands there and just watches for a little bit because this is the first time really he's seeing Brigsby in action. Brigsby, sorry, I don't mean
My
to take you away.
prince!
It-
Hello.
The
And
garden.
he stands, takes his cane, and kind of.
Oh, Edwin runs over and helps him stand up.
Thank you, my prince, very much.
The garden looks absolutely wonderful.
Yes, I find that, like with most things, a personal touch goes a very, very, very long way.
And it is very, very noticeable.
Thank you, my prince. What may I be of service?
Yes, I don't want to take too much of your time. It is getting late, and I see that you are tending to things, and you need some rest soon as well.
Mhm.
I was just wondering, I haven't walked the entire keep. It is quite a large estate. Is there any rooms at all that are a little bit more secret or out of the way?
Well, I suppose I would say the vault of the King's Hand. That room is entirely private. In fact, the only people that can enter and exit are the King's Hand. In fact, I just had your keys delivered today from the Archmage. So, the same, as I understand it, the same magic that is used on the rooms and portals in her tower is what is used for the Vault of the King's Hand. If you'd like, I could retrieve those so you would have access to it if you'd like somewhere private.
That would be absolutely wonderful. But please take your time. But yes, I would love those. And I appreciate it. Again, I don't want to take too much of your time. I'll be inside, so when you're ready, come and find me. And
of course, it is the greatest honor of my life to serve you, my prince.
And it is the greatest honor that you serve us. You are wonderful.
You are much too kind, my prince. Please, let us go.
All right. I guess if he's gonna walk inside, he's gonna help him walk inside, and then yeah. But that's all he wanted to do.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, Master Brigsby, he would deliver the keys to each one of you. You've seen how all these works. It's the same keys that the not the King's Guard, wrong political series. It is the same keys that the Crown Claw Knights use to open the door to the Dragon Eggs. Just used for your vault.
Cool. Thank you.
You're welcome. Alrighty. Keys retrieved. Anybody have anything else before the day is over?
I was gonna do something the next day,
Okay.
but today's good. Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Well, with that, as eventually night does fall and all of you head to rest, we'll go ahead and take a quick break right there, and we will be back in, let's say 7 minutes. So at, what is that?
Quarter after.
Yep, quarter after. Yes, quarter after. All right, thanks for watching so far, everybody, and we will see you at a quarter after insert hour here. Thanks for watching, and we'll be right back. And he will give a very low bow, and he'll head out.
As the door shuts. Oh, that kind of sucked.
+2. All right, 24.
A voice that echoes, weak, feeble. Please help me. And you feel that voice emanating from the far left side of that altar, from that emerald egg. The others don't speak at all. You don't feel anything coming from them, but from that emerald egg.
I didn't even
matter.
fucking eat it. Fuck off. Get fucked.
Fucked.
What?
Nice second level spell, loser.
Get
And
fucked.
I want to take my wind if I may.
Let her win, Joe.
Let me breeze it up.
Breeze it
Keep
up,
this fucking
breeze it
breath,
up. There you
never
go. Yeah,
breath.
Xanthi, you can feel the wind begin to compress around you, forming this shield, trying to hold you in place, but through mental fortitude and strength, this resistance to being told what to do, you break out of it, and you can see there's this impressed look on his face. He smiles. He's not taken aback. He's not in fear, but he nods and says, "That's what I expected from the likes of someone like you. Impressive."
Wish I could
Alright.
say the same to you.
So that way, if there's something in the vault that, you feel like shouldn't be there, or that none of you put in there, you can go to her and you can see who put that item in there. And
Could you send us a list of all the names?
Yeah, that would
Yeah.
be
Mhm.
helpful.
yeah, I got you. And then finally, there is Gravana Windmere, who is an elf who is the steward of guest relations. So anytime guests are staying, she makes sure that the rooms are clean and proper, and that anything they need is taken care of. So if you have a lock-sitting guest coming over, she'll make sure that an extra large bed is put in the room to accommodate their stature.
Reiterate plans so we're all on the same page. Merrick,
Yep.
with 2 other guards, and Fiddle in his pocket, looking around. Via is going to infiltrate into said place and attempt to pull lever to open door. We, the children, and some guards are going to be standing off to the side hiding, while another envoy goes up to the front gate. And no, we're just all hiding.
No. There's got to be the envoy of, I think, captain and maybe 3 guards, just so there's more with us.
Mhm.
They're going to be going to that exposed like wall entrance, and they're going to be posing as an envoy.
Okay.
Because we want where the conversation to take place not be near the gate, because otherwise that makes it way harder for me to sneak up to where the lever is if everyone's gathered there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Kalen's gonna do some talking.
That's so funny. I haven't changed the name of the Cloudbot yet, so it's Solvis Emerald is the name of the cloud.
I did see that.
I noticed that.
Yeah.
He's still in the ether somewhere.
Good.
Still
All right, it's not changing. That'll be the
right.
remnant of the past
Yes.
campaigns that exist still.
Yeah, I think that's funny. I like it.
He's in charge of this cult too. I'm gonna lose my shit.
I thought we killed you.
Could you imagine? I was
Somehow, Solvis Emerald returned.
We've played these games before.
He can't keep getting away with it.
falls off to the side.
What is going on? You rigged the game, Joe. This is some bullshit.
Merrick, dagger in. You are so focused because if you move your hand just 1 inch too much, you'll end up lifting the mechanism. You'll end up lifting the mechanism, and then it'll end up setting the whole thing off anyway. And you see the dragon egg beginning to shift out of the corner of your eye, but you're so focused on what you're doing as you throw your hand up to try and catch it. The depth perception on the corner of your eye is not where it needs to be. As you end up trying to grab it as it's already beginning to shift and fall, the egg doesn't crack or shatter. In fact, it breaks part of the stone in that sort of 4-foot drop. And Merrick, blocking the road, don't move. You can see, or you can hear Sir Otis say, Orlando, if you would, please. If you would please order your soldiers to move. They are no soldiers. Otis. A clergyman. Come. Make way. Allow the Lady Paramount and the princes and princesses travel free. And with that, the soldiers split. And the caravan moves, creaking forward. As all of you looking out through the windows, you can see the clergyman turn about face. There is Gregor Flintbarrel, who is in charge of the cellar logistics, making sure that the food and board is good here, and that everybody has everything they need to eat. If there's any guests that are coming that have any dietary restrictions, making sure that those are there. There is Vitala Duskrun, who is a halfling. She is the keeper of the vault. So it's her job to keep track of everything that she has record of that has ever been stored in that vault. And anything that you store in there as well. and that record is something that is stored on her person, and it is private and only shareable with all of you. And you find that forward camp. Tits. No!
12.
12, that just hits. Well, wait. Yep.
I was like, really?
Yeah, that just hits. Since you're hitting him from the opposite side, he does not have the 3/4 cover bonus.
Oh, okay. All right, Via, you've surprised me. 6 points of fire damage.
6 points. He is dead.
Via just looks at her hands. Oh my god! What is her death count?
Kills at everyone.
I was about to say,
Yeah,
Via might have the highest kill count
I
right
think
now.
so.
You got double the kills of anybody.
Oh
so
my
far.
god! So yeah, she just looks at her hands and then focus back at the fight. Here we go.
Kalen's whole outlook on her is about to change.
Kalen's like, I can work with this.
Darian Watch is going to move.
Yeah, we don't have one of those.
Okay. Okay.
Oh shit, he's back.
All right, here we are. We're done talking about rat balls. We're back for the session. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to the Crimson Court. And let's go ahead and dive back into our a little bit more low-key political intrigue session as we explored the fun intricacies of actually being a ruler. As all of the kids, I'm sure, realize, oh, I don't know if I want this now, actually. Yep, let's get some tits pinched, and let's go ahead and dive right in. Yeah, you had to, yeah, you had
Pinch the
to,
tits, man.
gotta dial them in, dude.
Ryan is so over all of us.
All right.
Anyway,
Picking up where we
can
left
get a
off,
emote?
our heir, sorry, I was trying to find the word. All I could think about were
Stop.
pitched tents, dude. And
and rat balls.
rat balls.
It's over. Stop.
Sorry, Ryan, you have a,
Done.
Merrick
We're
has a
done.
thing. Merrick, do your thing.
So, right where we pick up is the next morning, which would be the 25th of September. This is a day where there is nothing going on. There are no petitioners on this day. It is entirely free for the King's Hand to decide what they want to do, when they want to do it, and anything else they have on their plate. So, as all of you wake up bright and early that morning, there are no letters, no individuals attending court. It's entirely up to you. What's on the docket? What are you doing today?
Edwin has a thing.
Okay.
But if anybody else has a thing before Edwin has a thing, do it now.
How very Edwin of you.
Yeah. You know, he likes to be forgotten.
I mean,
Well,
you
good
brought up your
thing.
first,
good
so
thing he's
unless
getting
you
his wish.
Unless you specifically want this to be like an end thing, you can just go now. My thing can come after Edwin's thing.
No, you can go.
Okay.
What a very Edwin thing to do, John.
Yep.
All right, Merrick, you wake up.
Merrick.
The day is yours.
Yeah, Merrick is gonna go speak to some of the chefs. And what's Solara's like favorite food, or like one of her favorite dishes that Merrick's learned over his time with her? Wow, no immediate answer. Jeez.
Yeah, maybe I wanted to think about it for a second, so I give you a genuine answer instead of saying popcorn shrimp or some dumb shit, dude.
Nuggies.
Yo, I love popcorn shrimp though.
It better be seafood because
That's
that's
a
all
good
this guy can
answer.
Fucking make.
There are other chefs in the keep.
Don't say chicken or steak because he can't cook that shit.
Oh, surf and turf sounds so good right now.
He'll give you the surf.
That's fine.
Lady Solara, I would say that her favorite meal is she's a big snacker. So her favorite meals are things that she can typically eat like smaller portions of over time. So I'd say honestly her favorite thing to really like work on throughout like a work day is like a like a charcuterie board, you know, like where there's like a whole bunch of thinly sliced meats and cheeses and grates and little fruits and veggies with various dipping sauces, like that she can just like have out throughout the entire day and just be like, I'm a little hungry. Let me get a cracker. Let me get cheese. Okay, like a rabbit, you know.
I love that. Also, pretty easy to prepare on short notice, I imagine.
Yeah.
But yeah, Merrick's gonna speak to one of the chefs in like the keep and ask them to prepare something, and he will send a messenger up to where Solara is, because I imagine she's with the dragons. They probably can't enter, but I imagine they would just like pass it to the guards. But
yep.
Merrick would ask if she had time and was willing, if she would, you know, meet him for you know, lunch, probably like in her quarters, since going all the way back to the manor would be quite the jaunt, I imagine.
Yeah. So yeah, no problem at all. You received correspondence rather quickly afterwards that she'd love to meet you for lunch, within the keep.
And obviously he'll wait outside her quarters. Like, he doesn't have everyone like go in before she gets there, because that would just be rude.
Yeah. You can see that as noon comes to she is making her way back to her quarters a little bit later, right? Probably like 5 after. And you can see that she's not nearly as like prim and proper as she typically is. Her hair is there's some flyaways, maybe some bags under her eyes, and she approaches and sees you and says, "My prince, if you wouldn't mind just giving me a few moments to clean up a bit. It's been a very long morning."
Of course, is everything all right? We don't need to do this today if there's
No.
anything you need to be focusing on.
No. I would love an opportunity for a break.
Very well.
And
take all
to
the
spend
you
time
need,
with
though.
you, of
Don't-
course.
Just take all the time you need. Don't rush on my account. I'll wait.
Thank you. And you can see she heads in, and she doesn't rush, you know, but she's also conscious of your time as well. She takes maybe 10 minutes.
Respectable.
And you can see that as the door opens, she looks refreshed, being able to have those 10 minutes to decompress. And you have the servants bring in the small charcuterie board.
No, it's a large one. There's just so many options for her to have. Plus, also Merrick's sharing too. You know?
Oh yeah, okay, so it can't be too small.
Yeah, it can't be that
Yeah.
small.
Yeah.
Merrick's not a snacker.
You can see that as the servant enters to lay it down on the table within her quarters, you can see she looks at it with just like hearts in her eyes. She says, "Oh, that looks delicious. Thank you, Merrick. Thank you very much."
I thought you could use it, and he'll look over to the servant. We'll take it from here. Thank you very much.
Of course, my prince. And leaves the room, and the door's shut. And you can see she begins to head over towards the table, and we'll take a seat and start to chow down. You know, not chow down. She'll start to nibble, but ferociously.
For her, it's chowing down. Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's chowing down.
It's like whoa.
whoa. Leave some for the rest of us.
Yeah, jeez. Taking like 2 of the crackers. My God. Yeah, Merrick will gather himself a little plate and just put on an assortment for him to, you know, mix up as he goes. And he'll let her eat for a while because it looks like she's tired. She looks hungry.
Yep.
You know, so he's letting her kind of go for a little bit. Like, all right, get some food until you kind of go at a regular pace towards her. It's like, okay, you seem like you're feeling better.
Yeah, you see her slow down after a minute.
How have the eggs been?
Very good, actually. We see the most activity from the green one. In fact, just today, the green one was rocking back and forth, as if the creature within was trying to move, or maybe begin to hatch one day soon. From what we've read about dragons and their anatomy in the hatchling phase, that movement is the first sign, and within the next month, maybe, or 2, it'll hopefully hatch.
I'm sure you were told by the guards, but Kaylin and I did visit them. I think it was 2 days ago now at this point.
Yeah, 2 or 3.
And for the sake of brevity, he will fill her in on the conversation. He'll leave nothing out in terms of being able to communicate. Dragon felt a connection to her. Doesn't know why, but said something about her seemed familiar. seems to be able to communicate with others, but only if Merrick is around so far. And he'll end by saying he was also hoping that if you had time while you weren't working but were overseeing them, if you would read to them, it would mean a great deal to them, or Green at least.
Of course, I'd be happy to. Myself and Morgana, we do a fair bit of talking about the processes and the history of dragons, so there's some that it's probably heard in the past few days, but I'll make sure to bring other history books with me so it can learn all it needs to know about Adaria. I think that it may help it understand the precaution if it does know some of the history of our nation's founding. As sad as it may be for it to learn.
I think if it, and I apologize for being grim, but if it wants to survive, I think that that's the right thing to do.
Sadly, but I do agree.
And obviously, you are more expert than I am on this, so feel free to ignore this. But it did want to know about you in particular.
Oh.
It just said it wanted to know your history, my history in general, but you and I were two that it mentioned in particular, and before you start reading to it, I think if you were to teach it about yourself, then maybe it can start forming a bond with you.
Maybe. We did read about something very similar to what you're talking about, though, Merrick. There was a hero many millennia ago by the name of Aurelia Dondarian. There was a kingdom, Tarkir. She was a queen of that nation, and she was one of the first individuals in a very long time to... Wow, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. It's great. Enough. Enough. Thank you very much for that. Oh, God, I just got blasted with noise.
Whiplash.
Good. She was the first individual in a very long time who was able to experience what's known as Drake bonding, where to any type of draconic creature she was able to form a bond to. In this case, it was a full adult gold dragon. And that bond, they could communicate telepathically, and that dragon could then speak to other individuals telepathically when they were near, or when they were closely bonded to Aurelia. So, perhaps, if this dragon, when it hatches, you may have already created a bond with it, Merrick, which is, I must admit, I'd be very curious to learn how. Even though you may not know the answer, it is truly astonishing.
This might be a dumb question, but could it have just been a bond out of desperation? When I fell into that room, I was probably the first thing it had spoken to in who knows how many years. And I did warm it up when it was cold. Maybe it just latched on.
That is true, but the Night of Crimson Tears was only 90 years ago, 80, 90 years ago, so the last time it'd been around a person was at least around then when the halls were built within Zerwin Keep. Why didn't it bond to someone
90
then?
years. I hadn't thought about before.
You said that it had recalled falling and then cold water for some time, right?
Yes, it mentioned something like that.
Could it potentially be your heritage to the House Voltaris, maybe? Maybe it bonded with the sea the same as you're bonded with it.
Also hadn't thought about that. I don't know. I don't even know if it knows, to be honest.
It might not. And maybe for now it's better if neither of you know. That way you can focus on the connection between each other rather than why the connection exists. I think that hypothesizing and theories and studying things are good and understanding them, but I think there's an emotional bond that needs to be formed first. So That way, regardless of what the truth is, even if it is a very dark truth, the two of you will be able to overcome it.
Well, it does feel like it's attached already, but Kalen and I did speak up for it at that meeting, so I'm sure it was grateful at the very least.
Yes, I'm sure it was. I'm sure it is. It is such a strange thing, though, right?
What specifically?
Well, in Aurelia's case in particular, that was an egg that had hatched and grew incredibly quickly, much faster than any dragon has in recorded history. She's the one who hatched that dragon, and that dragon perceived her as its mother. That's why the bond was so deep between the two. There's a very real reality, Merrick, that your first child won't be, well, might be a dragon.
That is a weird thought.
Considering the role I'm playing, I guess our first child would be a dragon.
When she says that, is there any, meaning behind that?
Make an insight check.
I will not guidance right in front of her.
1 second.
What's that?
Yeah.
20.
A dirty 20. So, you. So with a dirty 20 there, Merrick. It's hard to place, even with an unnatural 20. Solara does have feelings for Merrick. That's very apparent to both of you. But at the end of the day, it's still an arranged marriage. And at this point, because of the egg, it is a very, very, very strange one also. There is a part of her that you can kind of see is at war with herself, right? The girl that maybe read romance stories about knights and princesses and, being saved from dragons, considering the history of Adaria. And then now the person she's betrothed to is bonded with a dragon, and it will be something that she'll help bring into this world. And there's some conflict on her face. She's not upset. The scholar in her is intrigued. But there's maybe the person who is Solara, who's maybe a little more at odds with herself.
Okay. Merrick will kind of nod and he won't say anything, because how do you address something like that tactfully?
It's tough. That's for sure.
Can I ask you something?
Of course. Anything.
You don't think I'm making a mistake with these dragons, do you?
You see she thinks for a pretty long moment at that. In his writings that are in the archives, Merrick Emberlin was unsure of what he was doing by slaying those dragons, by taking Dragon's Bane and slaughtering them, if he was doing the right thing. I don't think that something as complex as fully conscious, fully intelligent creatures, such as dragons, powerful as well, imbued with the very essence of creation as they are, I don't think their existence, whether to allow them to or to not is something that is as binary as good or bad. It is incredibly complex, but I think that it is better to try and to hope for a world where Adarians and dragons can live together than to live in fear of them. I think that it is the right decision, but I don't think... I'm not so naive as to think that there will not be problems and that it will not feel like we made the wrong choice, eventually. But right now, I think it's the right one.
So in that room, if they would have asked you to vote, you would have saved them?
I would have voted to save them because you believed in them, and regardless of what doubts I had in that moment, you are the one who spoke to them. And if you trust them, I trust you. I would have voted to save them.
She can definitely see that Merrick will smile at that. The fact that, you know, how he feels means that much to her.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that genuinely means a lot to Merrick. I don't know. I understand why everyone's worried. I really do. It felt like the right thing. But now I feel selfish because I second guess myself and I wonder, so many of that council wanted to see them dead. Is saving them going to cost me the throne, potentially?
And I guess that's a question you have to ask yourself, Merrick. How much does that matter to you?
What do you know about when my parents were together?
You see her kind of visibly like tense up.
He gives a knowing nod, like, yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
What I have heard from... I have to be honest, it's gossip. That's all I've heard. It's not written down in stores of information at all. What I've heard was initially they were kind to each other, and some people said that they even saw Sharn begin to soften with Talon's kindness. But I think it was a house of cards. You know, one subtle breeze could have knocked it all over, and from what I had heard, the rift began when the question of you came into the picture. How you should be raised, what you should do, who you should be for House Falkrest, for House Veltaris. And I think that's the reason, potentially, why I was open to this arrangement. I'd heard so much about Merrick Veltaris and Merrick Falkrest, but no one ever talked about just Merrick.
I don't remember them being happy. I remember it being late at night. I'd be sent to bed early, and I'd hear them. They'd try to keep me away from it, but I'd hear them. when I was just a kid, you know, and I'd go down those stairs and I'd sit there and I didn't understand a word, but I'd hear them.
Merrick,
I remember.
please know that none of that was because of you. You know that, right?
No, I know, but it doesn't make it much easier.
No, it doesn't.
I remember I asked my dad if things were gonna be okay. If, you know, he still loved Mom and she loved him, and, you know, he'd pick me up and put me on his shoulder, spin me around, and just tell me that things were hard, but they'd be okay. I think it was 3 months after that she was gone. Less than a year later, he remarried. Sorry, I just want you to understand two things about me. That home that I had here growing up, where I was so quiet and so scared because I just didn't want to add any more problems to my parents. That's not a home that I will ever allow to have happen with you. I worry about the throne because my family was already torn apart once, and I can't go through that again. And I'm worried with the path that my father put us on. I feel like that's the only direction it's going in.
Well, maybe. And I know this might sound strange, Merrick. But what if the throne is more trouble than it's worth? Seems as though your entire life, whether it be from the expectations your mother's put on you or that the king has, felt like it was something that was inevitable but unobtainable. That you should always be trying, and now that's exacerbated. What if we left? Fionia, any of the city-states? I could continue my work, you could participate in tourneys. A far-traveled prince. That's what Talon did. The king, sorry.
You don't need to worry about formality with me, you know that.
What I know from what I've read is the pressure of politics weighed so heavy on him that he had to get away. And he did. He left. Not much is written about it, but it seemed like he was truly happy until he came back. It was when he came back that everything seemed to fall apart. But maybe one day, when the duty that you have to fulfill as the king's hand is done, maybe we can just leave.
If I did that, wouldn't I just be the one abandoning them?
I wish I had the answer to that, Merrick. There are some who would understand. I'm sure Via and Edwin would. Xanthi and Kalen, though, I think they would only be okay with it because it'd be one less person that they'd have to compete against. And that's not to speak negatively about them. It is very obvious from their actions and how they carry themselves how badly they want it. Any interaction I've had with them, they are kind enough. They are good people, I think. Is it really abandoning them? If you just want to be at peace.
I don't know. I just fear if Kalen or Xanthi is named heir, the other will invoke their right to fight for it. I don't think Edwin or Via actually want the throne. I just wonder if it was me on that throne, would it just be me they went up against, or could I maybe find a way to keep everyone together? I don't know, I'm sorry, this isn't your problem.
Well, as someone who may be future queen of Adaria, I think it is my problem. I think the only person who has something truthfully to lose from you being crowned king would be Kalen. Xanthi would become Lord Paramount of Skyhaven. Edwin has the duties with the church, and Octavia, I'm sure, would rather travel to Elysia and see her mother's lands. Caitlin sadly doesn't. She has all of you. But it is very sad. She does not have much else here. And even all of you, it just makes me very sad. My siblings, I love them so much, and my heart breaks that I'm away from them. It hurts to see what the throne has done to you and yours.
Merrick will reach out for her hand if she'll offer it.
Oh yeah, she will.
And he'll just kind of hold it for a moment as he thinks. Maybe someday we can take a trip and go see them. With how you talk about them, I'm sure I'd love to meet them.
And I think they would love to meet you as well. And she'll kind of take your hand and squeeze it very tightly. As, even though this started as something that was arranged, it grew into something much more. Very genuine, you feel from her now.
And I think with that, Merrick would, segue into talking about more positive things, just things that he knows interests her, and just try to have a good, relaxing time, since he can see that she's clearly very much tired and worked, so he doesn't want that to be where the conversation ends.
Yeah, I think that the funniest thing is when you see that you start talking about other things and you don't bring up Rainier, you can see there's this relief that washes over her, because that's the reason she's so exhausted right now. Pretty much performing like arcane surgery for like 14 hours, and then having to go study the dragon eggs, and now being back here, she's just so relieved that she can just talk about, you know, random magic-y bullshit and just be like, oh, I read this paper a couple weeks ago, you know.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, and he will just spend literally as much time as she wants until she's probably like, I have to go back to work.
You can see at a certain point, she doesn't want to tell you that, but you can see her eyelids start to do that thing where they're like at different levels, you know. She's like, yes, of course. No, that's a very good point.
Perhaps you could take a little bit of a nap before you go back to whatever it is you're needed.
I think that's a very good idea, my prince. She'll kind of like just fall asleep right after you say that, just head perched up on the table.
Merrick will get up and he'll head over to where she is, and he'll take the same fur coat that he wrapped the egg in, and he'll just put it over her. And
thank you.
And he will just leave. And I don't know, does she have like guards that follow her, or is she kind of left alone?
There are 2 guards of House Astralore that do well, actually they are 2 of the Blades of Andoria, the mage killers, that stand guard outside her doors.
Gotcha. Merrick would just mention she's resting, so unless it's like urgent, she shouldn't be disturbed because she needs the rest. He knows he can't really like order them, but he'll let them know, since obviously they have her best interest in mind as well.
Yeah, there is an ASMR woman who you speak to, and she says, of course, my prince. We'll make sure she's not disturbed.
Thank you. And then Merrick will head back to the manor.
Sounds good. You head back to the manor. That's that. We'll say that's probably, you get back right around. You guys were talking for quite some time. Probably around. Yeah, what is that? What is that? 16. That's 4 o'clock. You get back at around 4 o'clock.
Yes.
Alrighty. So, with that, returning to the manor, all of you gathered here. Does anybody have anything else they're doing on this day?
Yes.
I was like, yep, maybe. Okay. All right. Yeah. What is Edwin doing?
So, Edwin is going to pace in his room for a little bit. No one sees this, but he's talking himself up. And all right, you've got this. And he walks out of his door with a smile and a happy face, and he goes to each one of the siblings and knocks on their door, and or if they're not at their door, finds them. And he is going to each one of them say, if I could gather all of you in the vault here in about 15 minutes.
Okay.
I can be there.
All right, good. I will see you in 15 minutes. Walks to Xanthi's room. Weird. Vault. 15 minutes. All right. And he starts walking towards the vault.
For sure. Okay.
We go to the vault.
You're gathering everybody at the vault, right?
Yeah, I did want to. Is Via there too?
Yeah,
or
she'd
are
be
we
there.
saying she's okay?
No, I'd say she'd be there for everybody. You know, I just think that makes sense.
So, in the vault, how large is the vault?
So as you make your way up to the vault, you do have to speak with Vitala Duskrun, the halfling individual who
Oh.
serves as the keeper of the vault. She says, "Ah, yes, the king's hand. You would all like entrance into the vault. Of course, that's your right, by the decree of the king. Are you depositing anything in there?"
No, not today. We're actually going to be using it to have a very important meeting. So,
Mhm.
if you could just stay out here, watch over it as you have been doing. A great job, by the way. We'll be in here for maybe about 30 minutes.
Very good. My prince, and is this meeting recorded as in my
No.
ledgers, or should I set the quill off to the side and go get something to eat?
You should probably get something to eat, and honestly, whatever you want. If you honestly want to leave, I know we only have fish, so if you want to go out and get more than just fish and seafood, it's on that. We'll pay for the entire.
All right.
It's good fish.
Oh,
Fish
hi,
is
Mary.
good.
Hello.
Um,
We're all right behind you.
Oh,
But I can see that you have something very important to discuss, and I have been craving chicken lately. So please, into the vault, and well, you just happened to come by at a time that I wasn't here. Whoops.
thank you.
And one moment I was away from my desk.
He whispers, "Bring some chicken back with you." Thank you very much.
Yes, my prince. All right.
And however you open the vault.
Yeah,
opens.
it's the same thing as the doors into the Archmage. You take the key and you just kind of press it against the wall, and almost like a whole bunch of Rubik's cubes, the stone just kind of shifts and like it shifts and will bend inwards and like rotate in and shift and rotate in and shift and rotate in until it just unlocks, and there is this like watery kind of puddle as a doorway to allow you to step through.
He gestures everyone to enter.
Yep.
Yup.
And then he closes the
Then
vault.
we-
Fucking, I'm taking the crown, baby. You're stuck in here. No.
Lisa's just gonna like impose herself like at the vault door when they are obviously all in there. Almost like guarding it, just in case.
Wait,
Alright,
can we shut it while we're in here and get out?
Surely, yeah.
We have keys, yeah.
We're not
Cool.
gonna lock ourselves in.
Boom! Yeah.
Be a
I
funny
mean-
way for this campaign to end.
So
I mean, when we go in, like, noticing Xanthi, Kaylin's gonna raise an eyebrow and look at you, Edwin. Our guide, what's all this about?
Edwin has a smile the entire time, but as soon as the door shuts, his demeanor slightly changes. Okay. Sorry. I had something very important that I wanted to talk to all of you about. And it is... We have to be very careful with the information. I needed to talk to you all in here specifically because of my conversation the other night with the spy master. How do I put this? And he looks at Xanthi.
Gives you a look back of just like, fuck it, I'll say it.
He gives a look back of like, don't you fucking dare.
Edwin, are you okay?
I'm fine. Yes. Overall, after I tell you this, I may not be. You may be very, very angry with me, and you, have every right to yell at me, smack me. Just please do not cast magic at me. The spy master talked to me the other night, and he made it very apparent that there is a secret that he intends to use against me. And it is a secret that I've been keeping for quite a while. hope after I tell you this you don't hate me, but I'll just go ahead and say it. I have a wife and a child that live in the North. Okay, I thought it wouldn't be as quiet as it is right now. I know it's a lot of information, but please someone say something.
How
Wait,
long,
Edwin. Kaylin looks at Xanthe and back at Edwin.
What did Xanthe say?
How long?
I was like, you're
Why
not
does it take so
sure?
long?
No.
Sorry,
It kinda,
sorry, I called off. I talked to him.
Can't take
Um,
after dad, you know what I'm saying?
he says, see, this is the part that you're going to really hate me. I have been married for more than 13 years. And my daughter is 11 years old. Your
This-
niece.
This is why you've been leaving all this time.
Yes. My missions. The first one I went on in my early 20s. That one did run around 5 years. That's when I met her. Her name, my wife's name, is Astrid. And my second mission only lasted 2. That's why I've been gone so many years at a time. It's for the missions, but truly it's so I can spend time with my wife and my child.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Why would we be mad about that?
Well, in my head, I thought, I've kept this secret for more than 13 years, and that you've never gotten to meet your niece, or my wife. That's what I thought, at least.
Edwin, all this time I thought you just didn't want to be around. Maybe me, us here. I thought, if anything, you just didn't want to be here. But you were leaving for a reason that is nothing to be mad about. If anything, I feel like this is a much better reason than some silly little mission.
Okay. no,
Sorry,
it's-
I didn't mean that to be.
It's okay. I understand.
Edwin, this is wonderful. This isn't a bad thing. The Nornathi people are so interesting that they remind me a lot of my own people. I don't know why this is bad. This is great. I would love to meet them.
I've been wanting to tell all of you and tell Father for a very long time, but
My
I-
father doesn't know.
no.
Okay, I'll ask. Why?
Politics. I never wanted to get them involved with the politics of our kingdom, of being married to the heir of, well, one of the children of the king comes with its own difficulties. And for the first year, I had thought about saying something, but then she got pregnant, and then we had a child, and then things became more difficult, and I just never had a good time to say anything. And also, she may or may not be my wife, the daughter of the High King of Nornathi.
Are you for real?
Yes.
Oh, this is wonderful, Edwin.
I'm glad someone thinks so.
Does the High King of the Nornathi know?
Oh, yes.
And he didn't want you telling Talon.
He understood our wishes, that we would do it when the time came.
Do Nornathi not also have politics?
They do, but they
Wanting
do
to
not.
keep a family out of it. It's hardly the way to do so.
Well, the Nornathi don't really have a marriage, so to say. It's not part of their culture. That's just from ours. Joe,
But
right?
you and
That's
Astrid are married, yes?
yes. We are married because Father, oh my gosh, what is it? Aldrin. He married us.
What's her name? Your daughter?
Freya.
Well, I'm excited. I think this is wonderful.
It
We should bring
is.
them here.
And that brings me to my next thing I wanted to talk about. I need to bring them here. Because they are now in danger. And I
Wait,
beg all of you to please do not say anything outside of this room.
wait, Edwin, I'm hold on. I'm confused. The spy master knows about this, and he's threatening you with it? I don't understand that. Like, why would he threaten you about it? For what?
Just before I say all of it, please, just promise me. Do not say anything outside of this room.
I swear.
Promise me. And he looks to Merrick.
Sure.
Does he mean that?
You can tell Merrick's not happy about this conversation, but you don't sense any deceit.
Talked with the spy master, and he made it very apparent that although I do not want the crown or the throne, I have no choice because the church deems it so. And the church wants me to fight for the crown. And to persuade me, he threatened the lives of my wife and child.
It's treason, Edwin.
I understand.
Well, he can't do that.
Well, he can and he has, and I don't know what to do. I could easily tell Father and try him for treason, but you don't say something like that without having a backup plan. You don't threaten the people of someone they love without knowing that you're untouchable. If he gets called for treason, he must have some sort of spies or network that is willing to carry out some order should that happen.
Well, what if we made him disappear on our own?
Again, he's a council member. And if a
Then
council
when
member...
he's threatening you, he's threatening your family. It's treason.
I understand that, Kaylin. I that is why I'm coming to all of you. I don't think it's
Sorry.
that simple.
I know. No.
If he finds out that I have told people about what he has threatened me with, I fear for their life even more. And I need to bring them here. I need to get them safe. I need to make sure that I can see them and that they are protected before any plan of action starts or we do anything.
Bringing them here will also remove any, well, advantage he has over you.
I agree.
He is here, well, if they are here, then he cannot threaten them so openly, not in Crown's Rest. And he cannot threaten her family if, well, she is the daughter of the king. That, well, not only will he have his own protection, surely, but doing so would also risk war with Adaria, which will bring no one benefit. So I think you're right. We bring them here. We make our move from there. Knowing they're safe will remove any, well, anything he has above you in terms of fear of their lives.
You don't know how much it feels, how good it feels to say this out loud.
Do you have people you trust to get them here?
I do. Well, not to Adaria, not all the way here.
Surely her father can also assist, though, yes?
Potentially, but I have to send word, and I have not yet because I fear that the spy master is watching my every move. Which means if I send a letter, then the raven I send might end up dead along the way, and the note I send with it gone.
Well, what if one of us send a letter? Via has a special spell that can work where only their eyes can read it. If the spy master threatened you, and Edwin, with all due respect, your disposition, I don't think he's expecting you to tell us.
Yes, because that would be absolutely foolish of me to do, wouldn't it? Oh.
No, it was wise of you to do. Because if one of us sends that letter, why would he have any business reading that or checking or... Well, especially if he can't read it. But we have to let them know somehow.
I don't know what our next move is, what my next move be, but I do think that is a good plan for Via to help me write a note and one of you to send it.
Except for none of us have any reason to send a letter that way.
We are the
When
king's
you're-
hand. We have every reason to talk to other people, other foreign envoys, anything of the sort. We could even pose it as if we're requesting an envoy from an Ornathi. Would make sense if she is the daughter of the king for her to be sent.
No, but what Merrick is saying is true. Why would we after a couple of days of this conversation, send out notice to the Nornathi.
We create a reason. We are newly declared as King's Hand. Perhaps we do it under the cover of requesting other envoys from other nations as well. What we do when they, well, potentially respond and agree, we'll deal with then. But for now, we just focus on getting her here.
Them.
Yes.
Edwin,
Both of them.
Yes.
when you're here, do you ever communicate with anyone back in the Nornathi for your position, your former position, I suppose? Or do you go radio silent for a year, for lack of a better way to say it?
There's normally no communication to... you're speaking as my role as the liaison.
Mm-hmm.
Normally there are letters months before, speaking of my arrival and communications back and forth, but that is the most that there is. I have been keeping constant communication with Astrid. I send her letters. If you've seen me, that's what I've been writing, is letters to her to tell her what's going on over here. But I have not sent a letter in well over a week.
Have you informed anyone there that with your new position, the King's Hand, there's a chance you might not be coming back?
Not to anyone in station.
So what we could do is we could have you write a genuine letter and leave enough room for Via to write a secret message for Astrid or the King's Eyes Only, someone that you trust. If the letter's intercepted, they will see you reporting on your position as the King's Hand, but only in the hands of someone proper will they see a secret message.
Good work.
I'm just worried that if so quickly, after being appointed to the King's Hand, we start reaching out to the Nornathi, he'll suspect something. It has to be something that it'd be more suspicious if you didn't do it.
I think that's a good plan. A very good plan.
And then maybe when they get here, we can go from there. Good first step.
Yeah. Good first step. I'm sorry I never told all of you. I truly am.
We all have secrets, Edwin. It is okay. But now we know. And now we can help.
Yes. Now I need to figure out how to tell Father. Any suggestions?
I don't think it matters how you tell him. He learns that he has a grandchild. Any anger, annoyance, any of it will simply disappear.
Don't know
You
when
know
I
how
should.
he is.
And I think she's right.
Really?
Surprising, I know.
Very.
But Talon has a very soft heart for things like that. You have to remember, he too once fell in love with someone from a wild place.
I guess that's where we are alike. I just don't know the right time with everything going on with Uncle. And if I tell him and the Spy Master finds out, that makes things complicated.
And tell her after they both get here.
Yes.
I agree. Again, surprising, I know, but he gives Rainier some time to also recover, and it might put Talon's mind at ease if there's a little bit more life in Rainier. Pull his attention to something else and maybe have a clear mind when he speaks with you.
Okay. So we start off by me writing a genuine letter of my change in position. Via will write a secret message that only the High King can see. And then we go from there. I don't know how we're going to get them across.
One problem at a time.
All right. Well, are there any other questions before we leave the sanctity of our vault?
No.
Right. I
Could have stayed with them, you know. If you were happy there. But I guess that's not a question, is it?
It's complicated.
I can't even begin to imagine.
Well, let's wrap up this conversation and go about our duties. We have a free day today, so I think I'm gonna go get some chicken.
Kaylin's gonna go give Edwin a hug.
Yeah, he'll hug you back.
While they're hugging, she's dead ass. She's in his ear. She's gonna say, "I can haunt his dreams for you if you want me to." I'm very serious.
Oh, I thought that was hypothetical.
No, Edwin. This is not okay.
I think we hold off on the haunting of dreams right now.
She gives you a squeeze. She doesn't say anything else.
Squeezes back. Takes out the vault key and starts, just kind of smiles and walks towards the vault, starts to unlock it, opens the door. Well, everything in here looks in order.
As you step out, nobody in the hallway.
Right.
Okay,
This way.
So as all of you step out of the vault, the rest of the day is yours to rest, to relax before your final 2 petitions you'll be hearing tomorrow. So, does anybody else have anything else they want to do before we move to the petitions?
Shit, Edwin has one more giant secret that he needs to get off of.
Yes.
Vault
Very
15
well.
minutes, vault 15 minutes. Motherfucker, we were just there.
There's another thing I have to tell
20
all of
minutes
you.
to unlock that door.
I have a second wife and child.
The sun this time.
I have 5 children.
I have 5 children. I'm also the king of the kingdom of Soleil. And my
I'm not a
children have to
bastard.
vie for the throne.
Oh my god.
Needless to say, me and Pa
Spin-off
are a lot
campaign.
alike.
The Lavender Court.
Oh my god.
You're okay. That's cute.
The Lavender Lounge. Gotta have that
Oh.
alliteration.
That sounds a little too. Never mind.
Look, man, you came up with it, not
little
me.
too, little too Lannister, a little too
You
Targaryen.
picked lavender.
Oh no.
Sister, you.
No. Get
It's
out.
Martell.
Get out.
It's Martell, okay?
Get
Okay.
out. We're done.
What lemon we need.
Okay.
Chemo. No.
Oh, that's what that means. Okay, I get it
Down.
now. It took me 3.5 hours, but I
Come on,
learned.
it's smart. Anyways.
Via
I hate
context
this
clues, I
episode.
learned. Okay. All right.
All right.
The rest of the day passes.
Actually, fuck it. Small thing. It is very small.
Okay. Itty bitty.
Make it big.
Xanthi is going to write a letter. And she ain't gonna know where to send it. So she is also gonna just address it to the Lord of House Varison.
Okay.
But it's not a letter to him.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send later.
Okay. Yes,
Right
send me that
across the
letter.
wall.
Send me that letter. All right. Letter sent. You were correct. That was a small thing.
Yeah.
All right. Excited to see what that entails.
Kaylin has a small thing as well.
Yes, Kaylin. What is your small thing?
In her room. She is going to kind of set Samson down and she's going to start using a mortar and pestle and just kind of like collecting some like dry plants that she's brought inside. And she's just kind of like muttering under her breath. Small nightmare won't hurt anyone, will it, Samson? I don't think so. Mush, 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 mush stuff in her little pester and mortal. That's it.
Okay. You put a hex on Davian Thalen. All right. Bro. Literally,
cat
I've
is
never
the
heard a
sound
cat
of the
yowl like
freaking-
that. It's like
That's the
Probably-
banshee Kalen's sending his way.
it's probably fucking spraying on my door right now, dude.
Ew.
Yeah, he was right.
Let's not talk about this.
Gemma, you're not the one who had to clean it up today. That's extra you. Anyway, let's continue on with our D&D. You want to talk about nightmares? So that's what. It's just a cat projectile pissing on him the entire
Okay,
time.
moving on, Joe.
Oh God, what is this devilry?
Please.
All right, sorry. It's been a long week. We skip to the next day. Oh my goodness, Gravy. We skip to the next day. The first petitioner is actually arriving rather early in the morning, about 9 a.m. Since you have two, you have one at 9 a.m. And then you have the final one, which was added just yesterday. Sir Otis of Gildarrow Keep will be arriving at 4 p.m. today. So at 9 a.m., as everyone gathers within the halls of Judgment, let me go ahead and stop that one and play the music of the manor. Got the freaking horn in it, dude. Got that freaking brass. Regal, dude. It's like the king's hand. Petitioner number 3 will enter. Not a lord or lady of any major or minor hold, but a guildmaster. Guildmaster Lyra Casterwell, a halfling woman, older, very sharp features, and the entire time she's talking to you, very sharp tongue. She is not disrespectful, but this is a woman who gets shit done. Okay, she is a businesswoman, and there is a reason why she is such an influential guild master in regards to mercantile processes, specifically on the sea. All right, she's a sort of charter, runs a chartering business. So, dressed in very fine merchant's attire and numerous rings. And you can see that all of these rings on her hands, they aren't meaningless. These signify very large trade deals that she currently has with various nations and famous, in some cases infamous. All of you would be able to recognize the sigil of one of the Baron houses in Maldaris, the sort of like probably one of the more infamous kingdoms or nations in Illica, known for just feeding wars all across the nation and profiting off of them. But follow the money. Lyra, she steps in to the judgment halls and she thanks the king's hand for allowing to meet with her in place of the king so her concerns can be heard. But she has 2 assistants with her. And these 2 assistants are carrying like these large crates full of ledgers and commercial contracts. And she's moving with the confidence of someone who's used to negotiating high stakes deals. She's not afraid to be speaking in front of the king's hand. In fact, this just seems like another, is it 26th? What was that, Sunday? Right. Today is another freaking Thursday for her, okay? She's just another day. And she will say that the Merchant Guild, her guild, is accusing House Weber of illegally boarding and searching merchant vessels within protected trade waters. And she's claiming significant losses of time and merchandise. She's demanding 9,000 gold in compensation and a royal decree limiting House Weber's patrol jurisdiction. So that's her petition. Now, I'm assuming that because they are the noble house and a vassal of House Veltaris, that you all would let House Weber speak first before hearing anything else that she has to say after that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So, Elren Weber is the individual who's speaking. Elren is a cousin to Wessler, the cleric who healed Rainier. He's one of the more important lords of that minor house, Elren. And he will say that they were responding to legitimate intelligence about smuggling and potential cult activity related to, and this is kind of a moment that causes the audience chambers to fall into a hush as Elrond says,
"And most concerningly, my princes and princesses, there was word of draconic cultists aboard those ships. And considering our history, we thought it was best to investigate. Granted, we found no such cultists or no such any such writings, but what we did find were 2 suspicious artifacts that were found on those vessels. They're currently held within Kraken's reach, under the watchful eye of House Veltaris, but they were suspicious magical items indeed that needed to be investigated before allowing them to travel, especially to the capital."
and you can see Lyra, she kind of rolls her eyes at that and will retort saying that those were 2 items that were purchased as part of a larger deal from a merchant, a mage merchant within Mirios. And those items were to be brought here to be identified to make sure that they were the correct items, that they were not cursed, and then they would be sold to the proper individuals there. If they were cursed, they would have handed them over to the Archmage or to Arkenvale immediately to either be destroyed or vaulted so nobody could use them. She is not a mage. She's a merchant. All right.
So what? Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm dumb. What are they petitioning exactly then?
Yeah, so House Weber, they claim illegally boarded and searched her merchant vessels and stole goods, took items from them, and significantly reduced the amount of times the ship was active, pretty much causing them to port at a local harbor, searching the entire ships over the course of a couple of days. So they're demanding 9,000 gold in compensation and a royal decree limiting House Weber's patrol jurisdiction.
I watched a lot of People's Court lately. Could they prove that they would have actually made that much money in the time that they have missed?
Oh, yeah. You can see Lyra, as Kaylin asked, not as like a shitty way, but like...
I'm not trying to be shitty, but
But Caitlin just asking, can you prove that? She looks to one of her servants and gestures him to move forward, and he hands you a large stack of papers and everything is laid out crystal. This is crystal clear.
Yeah.
That it shows minute by minute the gold per minute that this company brings in. And the delay would be about 9 to 10,000 gold. 9,000 is the low estimate.
Gotcha. And what's the decree they're asking for exactly again?
So yeah, they're just asking that House Weber's patrol jurisdiction be limited, because it seems that they are more interested in sort of manipulating those trade routes as opposed to actually protecting the merchant vessels that are there. So that limit needs to be very clear evidence that there are, either treasonous individuals or illegally smuggled goods on those vessels, and they need to be stopped in a harbor, not on the sea.
I'm gonna be so real right now. I think Xanthi in political is just gonna say, well, I mean, if these searchings are things that just, the church is entitled to do, that was just a bad calculation on her point, not taking that into account when she was considering the cost of her trade and shit. So that's kind of on her for losing money, for not seeing that as a potential possibility. You can't come to the crown asking for funds if you get hit by a storm, that's on you. But she would also, I guess, kind of add we could do an investigation to make sure the church is doing the right thing. But very much in that government way of, we're doing an investigation, we'll look into it, but nothing happens. I don't think this person deserves shit. I'm sorry. Not that much, especially.
Well, I mean, especially because, if what they were going off of is the rumor of, dragon cultists and relics, I mean, we have very good reason to believe that could have been true. And they did find stuff. It wasn't like it was bad intel. Just because if you're using, I don't know, I guess it's a little weird, but, it's cargo that, of course people are going to take an interest in. And so, I mean, you assumed that risk by transporting it and not, letting people know that, we're transporting it for, this purpose and, this reason,
Exactly. It was already risky.
So, I might be stupid. Our people, the crown did not destroy this, right? It was another house that did it, right?
Yeah, it was a vassal of House Veltaris that is in charge of managing trade routes and protecting them.
So, then why don't we have House Veltaris, or the vassal, pay some sort of compensation for getting it wrong, but at the same time, a very small amount of it happens. But also at the same time, we shouldn't be they don't deserve 9,000 gold for something that's part of the job. Shit happens.
And those items were taken. They weren't destroyed though, right? They just are being waited to be identified still? Is that?
Yeah,
they're
items
in Kraken's Reach right now.
They're currently in Kraken's Reach. Lyra is very confident though that she will not receive those items back, and it's not necessarily about those items that were taken. It's the amount of time that they were forced to be in harbor, over several days, being investigated and being searched, and for them to find 2 items that she claims are unrelated to dragon cultists in general.
Maybe
the business, man. Throw the shit out.
Maybe to give her a little something, we enforce a right to a speedy trial, right? If somebody gets pulled over in their boat, they need to complete their investigation in a timely manner, right? Seems like that maybe the investigation did go on a little long, but maybe now we put in place a time limit on the investigation, so that way this type of situation doesn't happen. And whatever we decide that time limit is, how long did it go for, Joe?
So it took them 4 days to search the vessels entirely.
Maybe the investigation time frame needs to be 2 days, and if nothing is found in 2 days, then they are, dismissed. And then we put that in place just as a general thing, so that way it doesn't happen again, and we compensate them for half that time.
Counter proposal.
Go for it.
2 days with the right for them to add on time if they feel there's a need, but it comes at like a penalty from them. Like they have to pay whoever they're stopping if they're going to delay them longer than 2 days.
Yeah.
Because then it's on House Weber to be like, if we think this information's solid and we think we're missing something, we're willing to pay out of pocket to like find this thing, But like if they're like, maybe this was bad intel, like we just need to let them go,
Yeah.
Like it kind of puts a little bit of financial responsibility on them.
I mean, we could also make it into like, they assume this cost, but if they're found to be right, that
Then it gets
cost will
waived.
then be like, will be waived, or like reimbursed by the crown, however the cost thing is working. But like, so that they don't have to pay if they were correct, So it's like a gamble on their part.
Yeah.
Did House Weber confirm that these were like dragon cult items, or is it still they're uncertain, but they took them and believe that they are?
Yeah, House Weber says they believe that they are, but there is no concrete evidence or proof from the mages of House Veltaris that it is that way. But they're confident they are. However, this happened a month ago. This is not something entirely new. This is just when Lyra could get the schedule. So the fact that they don't know after a month.
Okay,
Should
so
we force them to return their items then? It's been a month.
Could we maybe instead, like, get people in from Astrolaw to, like, identify things because they're better than sea people at doing shit,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could do that. Have do you want the items to be transferred to Crown's Rest, or do you want them to be taken to Tomehold to be identified? It's the same distance from Kraken's Reach.
I mean, I feel like either works, but Tomehold makes more sense, right?
I mean, if we're gonna ask House Astrolord to do it, I think sending it to them is the more responsible thing to do, rather than being like, okay, now you have to send someone who's qualified to do this and come to us. You know what I mean? Like, it seems more polite to be like, because I mean, we're already asking for a favor, so we might as well make it at least a little bit easier on them,
Although, I mean, Valora's in fucking Crown's Rest right now, right? So...
She is.
Yeah, but she can get word back home.
Get into it.
I was like, do you want the Lady Paramount to cast Identify twice?
Womp,
Yeah.
womp, womp, womp.
She would look at you
But
like,
yeah.
get this the fuck out of my face right now.
Send it to Tomehold. They
Okay.
can deal with that shit since Veltaris is dropping the ball.
Okay. All right.
do we want to pay them at all for this? Like,
I think if they're found to not be dragon items, we make this new law to be like whatever the fine would be for those 2 extra days, they'll get paid that. But if they're dragon items, then it's like, well, you
Got
took
it.
that risk.
Yep.
I think we retroactively be like, this is the first application of the law, and this is how it's going to be moving forward now.
Yeah, done.
I will say that, right, if you're just going to place that writ without establishing any type of, without allocating any funding to, like, pay people to make sure that that's the case, then it won't really be enforced.
okay, let's put.
Well, it'd
some
be a
gold
fine on
towards
House
that.
Weber, right?
Yeah, so if you just want it to be House Weber and then individuals, they just report to. That's what I'm saying, right? There needs to be something that they report to that manages these complaints to make sure that they actually individuals get paid. So I'd say that, like, you guys could allocate 2,000 gold to opening that sort of office within Crown's Rest for those complaints to be managed, or in Kraken's Reach, whatever you want to do, or multiple offices, and
Wait,
yada
but
yada yada.
if they already have, like, if Weber already has, like, a group of people that will be running these investigations,
Yes.
is that not just something they manage themselves?
Well, then the issue is then you're asking House Weber to find themselves should they not follow process.
Okay.
And then there's no oversight committee for it. So then
Yeah.
House Weber can just be like, yeah, we took 2 days. They're lying. Trust us. You
I see.
know?
We
Right.
also have plenty of money, right? We have 650, so we can spend 2.
Yeah, I think
500.
2,000 is fair enough to get this established.
Okay.
Alright.
So to
I
the
do
very
think it should be
That's not too
in.
much.
I do think it should be located in Crown's Rest, just because since House Veltaris has so much influence in Kraken's Reach, it might be conflict of interest. Like they might be they might be facing like more pressure from House Veltaris there, Whereas here, I think they'd feel a little bit safer to really kind of follow the letter of the law, you know?
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So that organization will be formed, located in Crown's Rest. I think the only thing that Lyra would concede on that, she says that, you know, that's fair. Her only request is that the people who work in that organization are a mix of loyal nobility to House Veltaris and their vassals, and also several merchant companies that she knows of, to make sure that preference isn't given to the noble houses entirely, that there's a mix of representation.
Yeah, that's fair.
That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
House Veltaris will just buy them off anyway, so I'm fine with that.
Oh, shut up.
Okay. All right. She seems happy. She seems content. Like that reimbursement will happen for her. Even though it's not 9,000 gold, knowing that this, you know, will hopefully not be an issue in the future. She's got foresight as a businesswoman. She's fine. House Weber, a little pissed. You can see Elren kind of, you know, like folding his arms a bit and nodding. You know, he will do what the crown demands, but
You're damn right.
you can kind of see this, like, but I'm a noble and she's a merchant.
Wow, get over
You know.
it.
All right,
Of course,
toss
my
me
queen.
the
Of course,
Get
not
out
my
here.
queen. Of course,
No,
my
it's
ass.
Lady
Groveling or
Kaelin.
nothing, y'all.
All right, Xanthi. Kill him.
Executed. Okay. Sounds good to me.
Edwin
with
looking to
that-
kill him. Nightmare?
Yeah. All right, dude. There we go. Cool. The petitioners leave. House Weber a little annoyed that they're being placed on sort of an equal playing field to the merchants. They don't like that. But the guild masters very happy with the crown right now, knowing that there will be due process for the most part in regards to merchant vessels being stopped. So congratulations, you guys have won some points with the merchant guild. So good job.
Yay!
We like
We
money.
did it.
We
Yep.
also like being fair.
Money.
Yeah, I mean, that guy could have bribed us. Like, that's his fault for asking us to play fair.
That's true. Yep. Show us the money.
Yeah, if you're a noble,
Exactly.
where's that money at? Jesus.
Okay.
This guy.
So with that, the rest of your day passes after the court and the other individuals leave. Anybody have anything they want to do in the meantime? Nope. Okay. All right. Time passes. And eventually, the bell tolls 4. Well, 4 tolls. Is that what I think? Yeah. 4 tolls.
What?
So,
What does
Something-
it foretell?
no, it's something I said in the session 1 and point 5 is that's how people know what time it is. There are bells that ring. And when it rings 4, that means it's 4 o'clock. 4 tolls.
Foretells.
4.
Oh, it's foretells. It's 4 o'clock.
It foretold of this. So with that, your 4th and final petitioner arrives. All of you see an individual that you knew was going to be here, and you have encountered several times on your journeys, on your journey so far. That is Sir Otis von Fem of Guild Arrowkeep, Burgrave of Guild Arrowkeep.
This guy.
Court.
Xander just smiles as he enters.
Court is assembled, you know, human, mid-50s, grizzled veteran, sun-hardened skin, very strong jawline, trimmed facial hair, measured steps as he enters, decades of military service evident in the very fiber of his being. He watches the heirs as he enters and the court with this kind of cool detachment. You know, he seems really calm right now. And as he begins to approach and to speak, he will say thank you to all of you as he says,
Before I begin, I would just like to thank all of you, lords and ladies and merchants, people of the court for being here, as well as the King's Hand for being ever so gracious to hear the words of this simple Burgrave. You are in my debt, and while I am saddened to not be able to make acquaintance with the King, the King's Hand is still a great honor, and he'll bow.
And he will stand back up, and as he does, there's this like coolness that you see kind of come over him. None of you are super sure on Sir Otis's background. I mean, you know that he adventured for a time before becoming Burgrave of Guildaro. And you know he has military experience, Xanthi, based off what he told you, but as he speaks, he has this charisma, this electric charisma that he's easy to listen to, and you can hear how passionate he is about what he speaks about. As he says,
distinguished members of the King's Hand and the court, I stand before you not merely as a Burgrave of Guildaro Keep, but as a man who has walked the breadth of this kingdom, of our kingdom, and witnessed both its glory and its vulnerabilities. There are voices in our realm who fear the growth of the Adarian Watch, who whisper that expanding the crown's reach dishonors the Concord. These voices grow loud in comfortable halls, far from the realities faced by our common folk. But when bandits seize ancient keeps built with Adarian blood and Adarian stone, when farmers watch helplessly as their harvests are pillaged, when mothers teach their children to hide rather than how to thrive, I ask you, what good is a crown that cannot protect its people? King's Hand, I am here today to petition this court for a writ of approval to commission 1,000 additional Adarian Watch soldiers. This is not a request of gold. House Melonith, House Astralor, and House Umbran, and 50 loyal Burgraves, myself included, have already pledged 15,000 gold pieces to ensure the defenders are equipped with the finest arms and armor our kingdom can provide. From Guildaro Keep to every Burgrave holding throughout this realm, we will offer fortifications as a base of operations to ensure that these watchmen are well provisioned and well sheltered. We need only your approval to begin recruiting with troops ready to deploy before the year's end. The proper security measures, of course, will be rigorously maintained. Each Burgrave would submit regular reports to the Sentinel, the commander of the Adarian Watch, and directly to the King's Hand. No action would be taken without oversight. Most importantly, our citizens would no longer need to hire mercenaries of questionable loyalty to protect what is rightfully theirs. Instead, they would look to the crown, to you, as their guardians. This is my petition, not of gold, but permission to serve 1,000 swords, raised not in conquest, but in defense of what we hold dear. And his hand comes to rest on the pommel of his sword, standing tall. That is what I ask of the court, and that is what I ask of the King's Hand. If you have any questions or any concerns, I would do my best to answer them and quell any worries or fears you may have.
You can see the court. There's not as much dissent as maybe you would have thought. They, for the most part, seem inclined on his side. Especially the merchants. The merchants are in love with the idea. You can see the smiles on their face. Their roadways protected, not nearly as many mercenaries needed to hire to protect their caravans. That's a win-win for them. Some of the lords and ladies of minor houses look a little nervous, But for the most part, it seems the court has a rather high approval of what he just said.
I have a few questions.
Of course, my Lady Galen.
When you talk of expansion and protection, I feel as though we would all love a little bit more detail as to what exactly that means. Are you talking about patrolling roadways? Are you talking about setting up stations? Are you roadblocks? What does that look like?
Of course. What I would mean to do, and what I believe would be best for the commander of the Adarian Watch to do, as at the end of the day, it would be entirely up to them to decide what is best to do with these soldiers. But considering my military experience in the Kingdom of Solele, I would say this. As of right now, there are 173 keeps of varying sizes within Adaria, built between kings and queens, monarchs, and then left abandoned. From what the Burgraves I've spoken with have said, there is an approximation of about 70 of those keeps that are currently held by bandits in our land. Almost half of the keeps that our great nation has are held by bandits, by outlaws. The first thing we would do is clear out those keeps. If the bandits fight, then we fight them. If they do not fight, if they surrender, then we take them alive, and we put them in the proper prisons and holds they need to go to. Once those keeps are cleared, units will be stayed there to ensure that they are protected and that the keeps are not taken again. Any soldiers that are left will patrol roadways, and not just the main roads. Side roads, pathways, the same pathways that led all of you to Rosemont. That is a road that is routinely undefended. You were what, 30 minutes away from the road? And attacked by bandits? If the heirs of our kingdom can fall prey to banditry on the side of the road, then I especially think something should be done about it. And as I said, reports would be made. So the King's Hand, the Sentinel, and the commander of the Adarian Watch would know exactly what's happening on a week-to-week basis.
Sorry, dumb question.
Mm-hmm.
Did it really become even semi-public knowledge that we had run-ins with, like, dragon cultists and were attacked, and that's why Rainier left? I thought we kind of kept that hush-hush, but he's talking about, like, he knows what happened.
You know, rumor spreads. That's the thing, you know? And that's something that, as he says it, Merrick definitely does buy into. Because, I mean, people knew about Xanthi 7 days away from... 7 days away from Rosemont after a month. And it's been even longer since you guys were attacked, you know?
Yeah, I guess in my mind that made sense just because we had, like, the people from the village and we can't control what they say and what they saw. But,
yeah.
like, with the cultists, that was, like, all of our soldiers. But, yeah, soldiers talk. I get that. So
Yeah, especially think about the two that were on the wall, you know?
Yeah. I guess that's true.
Yeah. Not everybody can be as good as Karth. You know what I'm saying?
Man, let's put Karth in charge of a Darien Watch, and then this guy has my vote.
Well,
Everything will be okay if Karth oversees it.
Kaylin would continue, and she would say, right, thank you, that is a very good explanation, but I think my biggest concern here is, and maybe you can quell these concerns, there's a very fine line between feeling protected and feeling afraid. I just want to make sure that this presence doesn't become something that is going to cause fear or concern from those traveling the roads. I don't want a situation where they feel as though they can't go somewhere without having to be constantly checked over. And perhaps those keeps that you say are with bandits, we have to make sure that those aren't just refugees or people who just are looking for a place to call a home, you know? We have to be mindful of those traveling our roadways, and I guess I'm interested to know how you would ensure that people aren't feeling pressured.
Of course, my Lady Kaelin. I think that is of the utmost concern to me. And Kaelin, as you listen to him talk, no insight check necessary. You can tell that he is being very genuine. Safety does seem to be a very big concern for him. When I was commanding soldiers in Solele, that was an issue we ran into. We were contracted by the ruler of that land to ensure that transferring between the different castes of that kingdom, that individuals who were trying to disguise themselves as being from a higher tier of society, that they were not allowed past those checkpoints. It's a delicate business, one that requires much care and consideration and restraint. I think that many soldiers, as what we saw happened in Rosemont, how many soldiers, banner bearers died? Not many, but enough. Any amount of bloodshed for a pointless cause is too much. The soldiers we would train would be trained with restraint, to look, to examine, to study, and then to act. Not to act under emotion, but under logic. If there are refugees in camps, in keeps, well, what are they doing there when there are no provisions? And they could be attacked by bandits. We'd want to make sure that they are either protected in those places, if they are refugees, and then hopefully get them somewhere where they can receive help. Because I can guarantee you this, my lady. If a Darien Watch soldiers find refugees in an abandoned keep, they will receive help and care. Maybe after a small bit of questioning. If bandits find refugees in a keep, there's no value in their ransoms. They become ornaments on parapets. And that is just the harsh reality of the world we live in.
Thank you.
You're welcome. As I said, I do not intend to be forceful or to disagree out of disrespect. But being a Burgrave in an area of the kingdom that does not see many, if any, Adarian Watch at all, I think I have seen the worst of what the current balance has to offer. And I think a small weight would do much good for the common people.
I mean, provided no one else has any other concerns, Xanthi would kind of speak up for a final judgment thing.
I mean, I'm hella sus,
I mean, I am
But-
too, but
but the guy talks good.
they always do.
Question:
Yeah.
how many of? Oh my god, what were those? The undead guy.
Londor?
Yeah, how many of his soldiers were there?
He had like
He
200
had-
with him or something.
Yeah, I think he had 200. 200. They weren't soldiers.
They were clergymen.
They were clergymen. Let's be very clear about that. Just some of them happen to be wearing plate armor, okay?
LOL.
Those are paladins.
Those were
Yeah.
paladins.
Yeah.
Paladins are
Um,
always the good guys. Deus Vult.
I mean, yeah, I'm okay with it. My brain is going to like, does he want this many so that he could basically go above the 200 clergymen and stuff? Like they're not a problem anymore. But that's just my brain.
No,
I mean,
they're
the
so
clergy,
funny.
they're only, like, they're not across Adaria, right? Like, it's only around, like, Crown's Rest and shit that they operate, right?
The Church of the Cleansing Tempest?
Yeah.
No, they go. In fact, they've traveled like the world because they search for any remnants of the Crimson Court. The Church of Unity is in almost every single city in Adaria also, because they manage the records.
I'm okay with it. I mean, we'll just have to keep an eye on this boy.
Yeah. No, his arguments have been good. The people seem interested, and like, obviously it's one of those things where like power can always go too far and there might be corruption in the ranks, but like you have to handle that as it comes up. You can't go worst case scenario. That's just the nature of having people being armed and being able to patrol those kind of things. Like, you can't ignore it, but like this is one of those things where I think the positives right now outweigh the negatives. And if this is something we need to revisit, then it's something we'll revisit. But like, unless there's talks about, just getting rid of the Adarian Watch as a whole, they must be doing at least a decent enough job, or at least not a horrible one.
I do have a question, and this is a very dumb question. We have more than 1,000 soldiers of Adarian Watch, like Crown's Rest. Like, if we give them 1,000 soldiers and they're like, haha, we want to fight the Crown, we have way more soldiers than them, right?
So these would still be Adarian Watch. Like, that's the thing, is they'd still be under the command of the commander of the Adarian Watch. But I'd probably say there are split between the various cities and monitoring the main roads. I'd probably say there's about 3,000 Adarian Watch right now. Yeah, it's
where the fuck are we getting 1,000 people from?
Well, that's the thing is it's not a limit because of there's not a lack of people that want to join the Adarian Watch.
Money.
It's just, it's not even money. It's that there are nobles that have fought against it in the past because people feared that if there are too many Adarian Watch, then minor houses won't have the same power. Because if the crown can strong arm them by showing up with, like, if the Adarian Watch is 4,000 soldiers strong, that's larger than some of the hosts that minor houses have, Then
Guys,
the crown not only has their banner bearers of, House Falkrest, but they also have 4,000 Adarian Watch that are under their command.
Guys, what if we all pinky promise right now to not misuse the Adarian Watch?
I can't pinky promise that.
Okay.
Because then the thing is they'd also be under the command of the King's Hand. So yeah, Brian is right. You could order them to do, what you want.
Anything.
And Edwin is all about just killing people.
I mean, it'd be nice to have some protection for his family, right?
Hey, that's 1,000 more people.
1,000 soldiers. Boom.
You know what? 3,000.
get it.
Look at that one. Spy master.
Double the Adarian Watch.
Does anybody have
Spy Master?
any more questions for Otis?
Nah, he can get the fuck out of here.
I don't know. Kaylin doesn't have anything, but she's looking at him like she's trying desperately to read this man. But I mean, other than that, that's all she's got. I mean, he made his case is a pretty good one.
I am very sorry. I must apologize. It doesn't feel right. I have not been entirely honest with the people of this court. And I am a man bound by honor and integrity as a burgrave, as a servant of the crown. This is not the first I have spoken with anyone of this. Several days ago, I met personally with Princess Xanthe Falkrest. I inquired with her about whether this would be a good idea or not, and if I would have support to do this. She said that the primary concern would be funding, considering how expensive it would be, and I apologize greatly, my princess. But deceit, it does not sit right with me.
Pause.
Mhm.
Mid-confession this guy's giving, looking over at Xanthe. What's her response to this?
I mean,
She has grabbed her
man.
trident, and she is mid
Yeah.
throw.
She is stone facing so hard.
That she's starting
But
to crack.
her siblings know her at this point. You can tell this pisses her off. But before anyone says anything, she will add, I had no intention on keeping it a secret for anyone in this court.
No, my princess, and I meant no ill doings on your part. I felt as though it was only proper that I say something, and I gravely apologize for not speaking with you about this beforehand. As I said, I am not one for politics. I am a soldier through and through, so I apologize gravely for not following decorum in this way. But it was with Princess Xanthi's word, and with her approval, that I was able to outreach to the other houses of Astralor, Baloneth, and Umbran to receive that funding. It did not feel right for me to take all of the credit, but truthfully, what Princess Xanthi's word and writ of signature allowed us to gather. Although I spoke with the houses, I believe that this here is only possible because of not just the King's Hand, but especially Princess Xanthi.
Yeah, her face will definitely twist into being the complete opposite, complete 180 of just like, oh, okay, I see this now. And so she'll just continue. And as I shared with you then, it is of a most, well, respectful and honorable request to bring to the King's Hand. And I'd also naturally thank the other houses for willing to provide support in this way. It has been no secret that the Adarian Watch could be stronger, that the protection of this crown could extend further for this realm, so that people do not need to fear their safety as they have. And so, of course, I'd open it to any of the other houses here to likewise give their support, to provide their own men, to provide their own funds in protecting this mission of the crown.
Xanthi, you feel this, I don't know, something. You've always been stone-faced. People have always done what you've asked for out of deep respect. What almost to you sometimes seemed like compulsion. You know, you are the princess, the Iron Heir, and should they not do what you ask, they will reap the consequences. But this time, people listen to your words. They bite into them. They believe them. And for the first time, Xanthi, you feel this creeping sensation within you. You're not sure what it is, but something deep down. It's something very cold. But as people, several noble houses, minor houses, they stand up. I will give my support, as will I. Mine as well. My support as well. And about 5 people, 5 minor lords and ladies, they stand up and they offer various amounts of gold, garnering an extra 5,000 gold to add to it. 20,000 gold now for these Adarian Watch soldiers. You can see Sir Otis, he is taken aback.
My lady, my princess, you do me such a great honor with such a indomitable voucher of goodwill. And
Well, I think it just goes to show what mountains the king's hand can move when they set their mind to it.
We will make sure those reports are expected
Of course,
very frequently.
weekly.
Right.
All I require then to move forward with this is, well, the writ needs your signatures to make it official. As he pulls out the same writ that Xanthi had signed the other day, that goes through the contract, this sort of writ of approval for him to start reaching out to the commander of the Adarian Watch to start forming the bands, reaching out to the Burgraves, forging the equipment, all of that. So he brings the writ up to all of you, hands the same quill that Xanthi had used, and you can see
Her fucking signature's already there, huh?
your signature is already there.
Yeah, Kaylin's gonna take it. And she's pissed.
Okay. Sign.
During
Um,
this whole thing, Edwin is like looking at Xanthi and Kaylin, like basically, there's like a stare down almost happening. He looks over to Merrick. What's Merrick look like right now?
He looks cold. I mean, he looks like not quite the same as when you revealed your secret, but he ain't happy. I mean, you can see when he signs the paper, like, he almost pushes the quill hard enough that, like, the paper rips. It barely doesn't. As he finishes signing it.
Is there anything in there about, like, if it needs to be dismantled for any reason? No?
There's not anything in here, but it's up to it says that any other decisions is up to the king or the commander of the Adarian Watch. So there is an option for dissolution. It's just more broad and not very specific.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, Kaylin is very shitty, but she's gonna sign it.
Thank you, my Lady Kaylin. And my Prince Edwin, my Prince Merrick, Princess Octavia.
And you can see he rolls up the writ, puts it in the leather container, and slings it over his shoulder.
With post-haste, I will make my way to the commander of the Adarian Watch, and we will begin the process. Thank you, all of you. Gods be praised, and may next year be a much safer year for the people of our kingdom.
Yes, thank you, Otis. You may leave.
The court is dismissed.
And with that, he bows, and the court kind of gets up, and you can see there's whispers. There's the deceit, the honorable nature, the signature, the back and forth, Sir Otis being so bold as to do that, and the king's hand to support this, to be willing to increase the numbers of the Adarian Watch, but for the betterment of the people. And that's what rings through. The king's hand cares about the welfare of the common man. In fact, Talon has been king for 20-some years, and he's done nothing of the such. It was the king's hand who made the people safer. That's what rings through after the council meeting. Or after the petition. And after the court leaves.
Man, we fucked up.
And then all of you are left
Are we
alone.
allowed to speak?
Left alone in here, well under your budget, with 4,500 gold left. I'm sure the council will be pleased.
Are we allowed to
Xanthi
speak?
looks so fucking pleased with herself right now. Like,
So we were left with about 9 Xanthis. I just want everyone to know.
So, as
Are we
the
allowed to speak, Joe?
doors
No, you close
shut,
this section.
you can
I'm not.
you can see Master Brigsby. He sees all of you standing there and just shuts the door behind him, leaving the 5 of you alone in there.
Kaylin immediately looks to Xanthi.
she's just smiling. Oh.
We were not supposed to meet with petitioners unless we were all present.
He was not petitioning me. He was
He
asking for
absolutely
advice.
was. No, that was a petition, Xanthi, and you signed it.
You also agreed to sign it. I do not understand why you're so upset
When
right
it
now.
was formally presented, I agreed to sign it. What happened to regulations and formalities, Xanthi? But it's okay for you to break the rules, but not for anyone else.
I was breaking no rules. The king's hand was not to meet and agree to see petitioners. But I am not the king's hand alone, now am I?
You think you are so slick and so clever. That man is up to something, and I don't know what it is, but we have all just signed it away.
You have
And
a
what
problem with the Adarian Watch?
I have a problem with you. That was so underhanded. I had expected it from me, but not from you. Am I wrong? Kind of looks to Edwin and Merrick and Via.
No. I think that what just happened, Xanthi, was not the proper protocol that we should have done, nor was it what we discussed prior.
But it's okay because it's Xanthi, right? It's okay because it's beneficial to the kingdom, supposedly, right?
No.
No, but that's what your face is saying.
My face is saying, I hate confrontation.
You heard what he said. There are enough bandits in this kingdom. I'm sure everyone here has heard about what's happening. And the fact that there are now some draconic cult running around as well that we need to be concerned about. The fact that we are now without a sentinel that will be able to help manage the threats of this kingdom. Having extra protection is what is needed. And the Adarian Watch can provide that. It is their purpose to provide that, and too long it has been slacking in that. Think of your family, Edwin. It will be the Adarian Watch that will be able to help protect them.
You know what I've also heard? Some of these very men, these very Adarian Watch, are the same ones who are bullying those out on the road, who are tracking down my people, claiming that they are savages, and killing them in the street in cold blood. And now we've just signed on to allow that to continue to happen.
If you have problems with the Adarian Watch's operations, that is something you can voice otherwise. But that is not its purpose.
No, it's not.
In any instances where justice has not been carried out, that is not something that is co-signed, that is not something that is approved by the Watch. If you have a separate issue, you can address it yourself. But this is a good thing.
Okay, Xanthi. I can't wait to see how much good it does. And I can't wait for your name to be plastered all over it.
It's an
Merrick
action
gets
of
up
the
and
hands, is it
leaves.
I take no sides here. I am.
When?
I.
Fine, fine, fine! Take no sides, you never do. You never do. Fine, fine. Let's all just concede to whatever Xanthi wants. She's already doing it. She's already meeting with people without our knowledge. She's already making decisions. And then when it's presented in front of us, everyone's groveling at what she said and what she's already done. And then if we say no, What does that look like for the rest of us?
I was going to continue. Hold on, Kaylin. I do not like what you did, Xanthi. It was wrong. And it was dirty. You went behind our back and signed that petition, knowing full well, and I could see it on your face. Once he started talking praise of you in front of everyone, it put us in a position that we could not refuse. Had we had not signed that, the hand would have looked weak, the crown would have looked weak, and all of us would have looked weak, except for you. Kaylin, I said I'd take...
Everyone was agreeing to it. Why would we not? This is what the people want. It's our responsibility to hear their wants and their requests.
It's not about the Adarian Watch. It's about how you went about doing it. You cannot go behind our back and talk to petitioners and sign things before we all can agree to it.
You do know that I met with Sir Otis here. I was not sneaking around. I was not going off and meeting with people. He came here, he asked for advice, and I gave it to him.
But you didn't tell us.
Edwin, it's not worth it. This is what we're doing, and this is how we're playing. And she's just given me permission.
No,
Kaylin's gonna leave.
No. Edwin looks directly at Xanthi. I saw your face up there. You were happy that this happened. Not because of the Adarian Watch, but the process. Why? Why did you do that?
I don't understand why everyone's so upset with it. Do you not care for the safety of this kingdom?
Xanthi, we're not in front of politicians right now. We're in front of each other. Brother and sister. Don't talk to me like a politician. You know what you did. Why would you sign that? You signed the petition without us. You didn't let us know, and you knew that had he brought this up in front of everyone in there, we would have been forced into a position to sign it, regardless of how we felt about it. Now, I don't have anything against the Adarian Watch, but something is up with him and what he intends to do. I have a feeling, and I'm with Kaylin on that, but can't go behind our back on these things.
You had issue with it. You had every right to be able to speak out, Edwin. Not doing so is your choice. Not doing so is Kaylin's choice. I've made my choice, and I don't intend to keep things from the people. I would have always supported it. Whether it was in the past or whether it was right there. For as long as you're going to be back here, Edwin, before I'm sure you'll return to the Nornalthi, this is going to be what it is. This is going to be politics. That's why all of us are here. That is why all of us serve as the king's hand. That doesn't go away. Is there anything else you wish to say?
No.
Have a pleasant rest of your afternoon, brother. She'll walk off.
Edwin just... and just stays there for like 10 minutes and then leaves.
Okay. Sounds good. So with that, the king's hand once again divided after many days of fruitful progress towards unity and teamwork and legitimately working together cohesively.
All the shit.
It seems like we're right back where we started a month ago. So,
Man.
that isn't where we're going to end tonight's session. There's just a couple more things that we're going to do here.
Never stop playing. Play forever. Okay, great.
Good.
That was good.
All right, guys, we're starting the world's longest subathon right now, except none of us stop playing D&D. All right.
Yeah.
Everybody cancel your live starting now.
Hey, Gemma. Hey, Gemma.
Hi.
I love you.
I don't. Well,
Oh, no.
You don't
What,
like it?
what did you miss? Everything's ruined now.
yeah.
All because
About
Took away
it.
for 5 minutes and shit just went to
Oh my
shit.
gosh.
all because one
Why y'all
guy
so
just tried to make the
sad?
road safer in a Darien.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Sure, buddy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Fucking sure, dude.
Okay. So
I
with-
hope that dude chokes on his own vomit one day. That's what that dude can go do.
Dude, that dude is Asmodeus for sure in disguise.
He's dead.
Otis
Nah, he back.
Asmodeus.
Wait a minute.
Oh my god.
Yeah, keep reaching. You'll
Crack
get there
the code.
eventually.
All right. So eventually, the rest of the day passes, and at noon
Reaching for
on
that
the
throne, Xanthi.
27th of September, all of you are called to the council chambers for your next mission. So let's go ahead and go to Dragon's End. Let's see. Oh my god, I haven't used the chat. So today it is raining, by the way. The rains have returned. So all you make your way up to the council chambers. Conversations over breakfast were non-existent between a lot of you. But we will go ahead and cut to the council chambers right before the king's hand enters. All of you can see that the council chambers is bathed in autumn sunlight, just barely ripping through some of the clouds that have formed as the rain is falling. The western window, revealing Crown's Rest, sprawled below, its citizens moving like ants through the bustling streets, and the eastern panes framed in a glittering expanse of the sea. Dust motes dance across the slanting sunbeams that illuminate the grand rectangular table at the room's center. Polished surface with a incredibly detailed map of Daria's lands. 7 unique chairs surround the table, 2 empty, the sentinels and the archmages. Talon drums his fingers rhythmically on the armrest of the ornate chair, his crown catching the light as he leans forward. Lord Gareth Thornfield, the Lord Regent, is here. The tall, imposing Owlin stands near one of the western windows speaking with Lady Alaris Eldrin, the Chancellor of the Treasury. 2 of them are sort of speaking in hushed tones together before the council meeting begins. King hands arrive. Sir Davian speaks to Talon and says, 3 weeks and still no word, my king. He says, adjusting the flame emblazoned brooch on his collar. House Emberlin has never been so silent. He places his ring in the small holder beside his seat, the emblem on it momentarily catching the light. King Talon's gaze shifts to the sentinel's chair, Rainier's chair, before addressing the room.
We cannot wait any longer. The Sentinel's absence, it leaves us vulnerable, especially with these developments.
Gesturing to a couple of letters bearing the insignia of House Emberlin and of the clergy. And at that point, the door opens and a herald announces the King Hand approaches as all 5 of you enter.
My children, please join us. We have a few matters of grave importance to discuss.
You can see Lady Alris moves away from Lord Gareth, her eyes keen on each one of you, and says, I trust all of you have rested after the ordeal with Rainier and the petitioners.
Yes, more than enough.
Very good. You can see Sir Davian, right after you speak, Edwin, says, yes, rest is a luxury in these times, isn't it? Have the healers made any progress with Rainier's wounds?
Oh, is that towards Edwin?
Yeah, to Edwin or to anybody if they would like to answer instead.
Edwin hasn't been there, so he doesn't.
Yeah, Merrick
Wait,
hasn't
my
gone.
thing
He has
cut out.
no
What was the
idea.
question?
How's
Are his
Rainier
wounds
healing?
improving?
Rainier's?
Yeah.
They
He
are.
seems to be at least stabilizing.
Ah.
So we can ask for now.
Very good
But
indeed.
there's much more that will need to be handled later.
As there always is with such events when they transpire.
Do you need something to help you get more restful sleep? You look as though you could use some more hours.
No, just some tossing and turning in the middle of the night. Nothing that a little bit of sleep reagent won't help.
Halen smiles.
And with that, Talon will kind of raise his hand and say, before we begin, he stands, I have to draw attention to one very clear fact. This council is not complete. The Archmage is occupied with the studying of the eggs you recovered, but the Sentinel's chair sits empty for reasons all of us are too familiar with. And you see he stares for a long time at Rainier's seat. Which brings us to why you've all been summoned. The realm needs a new Sentinel until your uncle recovers. If he recovers and is willing. Not willing, he will always be willing to fight, but if he's even able to after he recovers. But that's not where it ends. I have 2 missions for the King's Hand. So moving over towards the map, he points to Skyhaven, the ancestral seat of House Falkrest. First, you'll journey to Skyhaven. You will begin to organize and host a festival to attract heroes from across the world, hopefully mostly from Adaria, so they're familiar with our history. And they will compete for the honor of becoming the next Sentinel. All of you will be responsible for hosting that and organizing it, making sure that we get the best of the best. And whoever fills Rainier's seat, although they may not be as talented, they hopefully will at least be comparable. Lady Alris will step forward and say, we'll travel to Skyhaven ahead of you and aid your preparations. Whatever the King's Hand may need, supplies, counsel, I shall provide you the connections necessary to gather those supplies. Xanthi, I'd like you to take point on planning this event. Your attention to detail during my last birthday was, well, it was impeccable.
Naturally, I thank you for the honor.
However, a very important caveat here. Any decision you make, you need to have the approval of the majority of your siblings. If you do not have the majority of the approval, you need to negotiate, you need to come up with a different idea until everyone is happy. Or the majority. Can't always have everyone happy. So, you all hear that, right?
Yes.
I hear it. I
We
don't
do.
know Xanthi did.
Yes, I heard there were some complications within the chamber of the King's Hand yesterday.
We all reached mutual agreement, though.
Yes. 1,000 additional Adarian watch. I hear all of you are being hailed as the saviors of the countryside. Good for you.
Glad something's being done about it.
All in the crown's name, of course.
Oh, of course. Of course.
Should we carry on?
Yes, we should. Speaking of the petitioners, there was approximately 4,500 gold remaining after that, correct?
Yes.
That money is yours now to do as you see fit.
Damn.
I'll just log into partyloot.com.
Sponsored by.
Sponsor. Look.
That will become part of your personal fund. It seems as though everything went well. That wasn't just because of one of you, I must stress. As I hear it, all of you did something. The way that you questioned, the way that you spoke, the way that you carried yourself, and the way that you supported your siblings, and ensuring that you showed strength and at least in the first three, communication between the five of you. I must stress, though, although it is good that the countryside is safer, it is important that we all are working together. We're all on the same team here. If any of you run into a situation where someone comes to you, petitioning you or speaking with you, and it seems as though they have ulterior motives, do not hide that from each other. I know that it can feel like all of you are against each other. But my biggest regret in life is that when Edamir and I were at each other's throats, I didn't just talk to him. I didn't try and come to an agreement. I lashed out in anger. And I know when emotions are high, that is hard to do. Believe me, I know better than most of you what it's like to have a sibling that despises you. Do not fall prey to the wolves of the court. The moment that you assume that everyone views you as a predator, you become prey. Is that clear?
Very.
Good. In terms of the second mission, he points to another location on the map, Faithspire, the seat of power of House Emberlin. Your second mission concerns Lady Iridessa Emberlin. We have received no correspondence from her in weeks, and messages come in from various spies of Davian. That they're being turned away by the priests at the rectory gates. We fear that something may have happened to her. She's intended to attend the Rite of Blessings at the end of October here in Crown's Rest. Her absence would endanger the long-standing alliance we have between the Crown, House Emberland, and the Church. More concerning is there are rumors of violence within the rectories. If something bad has happened to Lady Iridessa and all of you are the ones to save her, House Emberlin is in our debt. And as I'm sure all of you are aware, the Church carries a fair bit of power within Adaria. It's a useful thing to have. Now, for both missions, you will have a combined allowance of 50,000 gold pieces. Edwin, I'm entrusting you will manage these funds. This will cover all expenses related to the festival of recruiting the next Sentinel. That will not be cheap. Everything for that mission will come from that fund. Your travel there, whatever guards you want, whatever provisions you need, and anything you need. Whether it be reaching out to the Barons of Maldaris for machines of war for spectacle, or reaching out to the Theonian city-states for monsters to be able to have these individuals fight against, or organizing various fighting arenas, bringing people in, whatever need be, that's what that money is for. I would implore you to Do not spend such a great sum frivolously. Understand?
Understood.
All right. Very good. His gaze sweeps across all of you, and it stops on Kalen. Hopefully, all of this business is resolved by the 28th of October. It's Kalen's birthday, and I would hate for all of you to be away on such an important day. I've marked the fastest route to both locations. How you choose to divide your efforts is up to you. If you wish to go to Skyhaven, set everything up. While all of those materials are getting delivered, lead it to Lady Alris. Travel to Faithspire. Very well. If you wish to travel to Faithspire first to handle that situation and then go to Skyhaven, that works also. Whatever you do, be safe. Do what's right by the crown. And work together. All right? That's what's most important for me. Is that all of you learn the strengths that each other has. In your reports that you gave after Rosemont, at least on one occasion, each and every single one of you spoke highly of another individual. For some of you, on multiple occasions, you spoke of multiple people highly. You can see the good in each other. Do not lose that, all right?
Of course, I think it's always important to let petty grievance or anger not cloud our judgments. And she's just gonna smile at Kaylin.
I can hear Gemma smiling while she's doing it. God damn.
Xanthi, I understand your desire to be coy considering your great victory yesterday. That is your sister. You will treat her with the respect that she deserves. Much more than what you give her now. Do you hear me?
Of course. And I meant no disrespect.
Very good. No disrespect was taken. All right? Any questions?
Now Kaylin's smiling shittily at Danny.
Kaylin? All right. Any questions?
When do you need us to leave?
Today, if you can. If you can't charter travel today, that's fine tomorrow, but the sooner you can resolve these issues, the better. Every single day there is no sentinel is a day that we are weaker. All right?
All right.
Very good. I have faith in all of you. I believe in all of you. I love all of you very dearly, and I want you to succeed. Right? And in case I didn't say it to each and every single one of you after what happened in Rosemont, but I am proud of each of you for the ways you showcased your talents, your skills, and your ability to be a leader in Rosemont. All right. Go try and find Charter. If there's anything else you need, Lady Alaris will be in Skyhaven waiting for you. Sir Davian will be within Faithspire. If there's anything you need from him, do not hesitate to ask. As Faithspire has been growing more and more volatile by the day, as we hear it. Prepare for contingencies. All right? All right. You're dismissed. Best of luck on your journeys and on your missions.
Thank you, my king.
Eric leaves.
Okay. All right. With that, all of you exit.
1 point of order. I'm tracking the 55,000 gold as platinum because that's just ridiculous numbers of money. But I have it tracking. Edwin is going to, as soon as he notices. Actually, I guess, is everyone kind of walking out staggered?
I mean, I don't think we're all walking out, like, together.
Right.
I think it's more like a, one at a time kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, whenever there's a moment where we're near each other, walking and/or back at the keep, what have you, Edwin goes, "We're going to Skyhaven first."
Well, by all means, if you say so, Edwin.
Looks to Merrick. Skyhaven is in the Nornathi lands. Skyhaven is the best bet to get my wife and daughter back here. I don't ask for anything. I'm asking for this.
I agree it would be wisest to go there first. If we are able to find our sentinel there, perhaps they could also aid us in whatever we have to do when we go to Faithspire.
Davin will be in Faithspire.
Which means he's away from here. Good time to ferry individuals.
Thank you. Everyone get ready. Pack your bags. We leave. In 3 hours.
All right. And with that, as all of you prepare your bags, prepare your items, and all of you will be doing a little bit of work off the session to determine what provisions, what requisitions you'll be after.
Homework.
Do a little bit of
We're gonna
homework to
get-
determine if you're hiring any mercenaries, any guards, what type of travel you're taking to get to Skyhaven and to Faithspire. That is all stuff they're going to do off stream, and we'll give you the rundown when we get back next week. But with that, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session.
Whoa. We got another whole hour. What you mean?
We got all another hour. What you mean? What you mean? We got
I don't know.
we got 10
Daylight
minutes left at the
savings.
most. All right. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Listen, it went longer than I thought it would. I was like, yeah, this is going to be a short one. Probably going to end in 4 hours, a little early.
Oh,
Nope.
I guess we are
With this
over an
group,
hour.
no way.
Cruising on down Main Street.
I low key thought it was just like 11:53. We should. Okay, never mind. I take it back.
Yep. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed. I know I did. I was crawling in my skin a bit, but in a good way. We will see. We will see you in the next one next week. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Adios. Hasta luego.
PartyLoot.com.
Sponsored by Party Loot. Go check it out. Use it. You freaking
Nerds.
idiot. Yeah, dude. No, I'm just kidding. You're not idiots. You're all great people, okay? Streaming back there. Oh, bye, everybody. We did not have fun.